Recording in progress.
Hey, no, it's not coming back.
All right. Good morning. How's it sound? Whoa. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to be really loud. Try and wake us all up. Thank you for joining here on day 5. My name is Lane Becker, and I head up the Wikimedia Enterprise Project for the Wikimedia Foundation. We'll talk a little bit about what the Enterprise Project is in just a moment, if you don't already know. Today, I should say my co-presenter is not going to be here, Liam Wyatt, who I'm sure many of you already know. It's 3 a.m. where he is, and he is sleeping. But I want to give him a shout out and note that a lot of the content that's being presented here was very much created and directed by him. So some credit to Liam for that. And with that, let's talk about the Enterprise Project, and particularly this, I think, very interesting topic about what we have learned in running Wikimedia Enterprise from large-scale commercial reusers of Wikimedia content. So basically, when I say that, the big tech companies who we have talked to quite a bit. But before we get into that, just a little bit of helpful context for those of you who aren't familiar about, or even if you are, about Wikimedia Enterprise, what it is, where it came from, what we do. We are a team of about a dozen people at the foundation that have built an API platform specifically designed for large-scale commercial reuse of Wikimedia content. The platform includes all of the text-based projects. It does not currently include Commons or Wikidata, although we would love to get Wikidata in there and are having some wonderful conversations with some of our Wikimedia Deutschland colleagues about that. But for now, it's all the text-based projects. It is a separate set of APIs from what we refer to as the public APIs, aka all the other APIs that you can use that are not a part of the enterprise platform to get our data. So event streams, action API, REST base, all those things, if you work with our data that you're probably familiar with. The goal of the enterprise project was to, well, I'll tell you, when I took the job, they were pretty clear about what they wanted me to do. They said, hey, there are a lot of very large technology companies, big, the FANGs, the whatever, the Apples, the Googles, the Microsofts. They use Wikimedia content extensively. Sometimes they donate to the foundation and the movement. Sometimes they don't. We'd prefer to build a commercial relationship with them and get them to pay for the value that they get out of Wikimedia content. Not all of the value that they get, which is presumably quite large, but just some of it, right? To pay for their use of that data and to pay back into the system and the environment, the movement that supports and sustains it. So that was sort of the beginning of the project. So we did some work, we did some research, we tried to understand how all those large tech companies, as well as some other companies, were using the data already, because many of them have built systems that had used the previously existing public APIs. They were had extensive knowledge of how to use those APIs. They used multiple of the existing APIs, although as we quickly learned, every tech company did it in a somewhat different fashion. And as I like to say, they had all sort of figured out how to tendril into our architecture pretty deeply, but in very different ways. But it was through that process of talking to them, and they were very open, for the most part, about their service and how they did their work and where they got their data, that we were able to build the API platform, the enterprise API platform, which largely just replicated the existing public APIs, but in a way that we could charge for. Just to give you a little bit of a sense of, before I get into too much detail about that, just to give you a little bit of a sense of how we're thinking about this from the project standpoint. We talked to all these companies a lot, and I mean, you can imagine who these companies are. What we wanted to understand was all of these things. We wanted to understand what they were currently doing with Wikimedia content. So not just how their technical architecture worked, but like once they had that content, what did they do with it? Once they had all that data from our system, where did they store it? What were all the services on their end that used it? What was the architecture that they used to allow the services on their end to use it? A lot of that was sort of black box and inaccessible to us. I'll be honest, a lot of it still is. I mean, we can only get them to be so upfront about what they're doing, but we've had 3 years of building, 3+ years of building relationships with them at this point, so we have gotten them to, admit a few things. We've also asked them what they couldn't do. Like what were their pain points? What were their frustrations in working with Wikimedia content, whether it was the content itself or the technology that provided it. And then sort of more broadly, we asked them what was important about Wikimedia content to them. Candidly, I was asking them that because I have to be a salesperson sometimes, and one of the ways that you sell something is by understanding what's important to someone so you can figure out how to charge them for it. It's fun. But it's always, I sometimes joke that I'm the token capitalist at the Wikimedia Foundation, but it's all for show. And then the last thing we asked them was sort of like, what do they want, right? Just plain straight up, like, what do they want to do with Wikimedia content if they could? If they could do sort of whatever it was that they wanted, how would they use it? What would change about how, not necessarily the content itself, because we obviously have nothing to do with that, but the delivery platform for that content. So we'll talk about all of those things with all of those sort of broad caveats. We'll talk about all of that. But I won't be naming specific companies or describing infrastructure, and I definitely am not making any value judgments. I mean, I make plenty of value judgments about these companies, but not in the context of this presentation. And I won't make any, obviously, about Wikimedia. I just kind of want to talk through what we learned. Okay, just a quick, broad understanding of like how we learned out of the gate that these companies use our data. First of all, no surprise, they use Wikimedia content extensively, like all throughout their systems, multiple teams. They have, in some cases, teams as large as 12 or 15 people who focus entirely on just building, supporting, normalizing, and sharing out Wikimedia data, Wikimedia content inside their organizations. As a result, and they've, again, built into the existing public architecture, so commercial use of the data across their platforms is widespread, right? Shows up everywhere in their systems, in their services. Depending on the type of company and the culture that they had, sometimes they were able to tell us about all the places that they used it. Sometimes they freely admitted that they knew it was used extensively. These would be the teams that supported it on the company side, but even they didn't really know where, which is fascinating. From a structural standpoint, the way that these companies all operate, even though they have, as I said, tendrilled into our architecture differently, at the end of the day, their goal is to vacuum up as much of the content as they can from as many of the sources as they can. They store it, they sort of normalize it. They have a knowledge graph on their end. They all put it into their knowledge graph. And then alongside that, they will have other data sources that they include in their knowledge graph as well. But pretty much without fail, Wikimedia content tends to be the largest, by a significant margin, the largest single source of data in any of their knowledge graphs. And then the last point, which I'll probably come back to at the end because I think it's so interesting, most companies that use data, that buy data, right, because normally it isn't freely handed to them, they buy it, they understand that data, either because it's sort of clear, like they understand the data and where it comes from, how it's created, either because it's clear to them, just because it's a fairly straightforward data set, or because if it's a specialized data set, that organization has knowledge, right, about if it's some sort of like large-scale biotech data, then they have people on their end who understand biotech and can understand the data. Our data set is unique in that way, and that most of the companies that use it do not actually understand it all that well. Maybe they have one or two Wikimedians on staff who are editors. Maybe there's a few of them that are very actively involved in one or more communities. But for the most part, they make a lot of educated guesses or not necessarily educated guesses about where the data comes from, and that actually, we learned over time, really affects, I'll give some examples in a moment, really affects how they're able to use the data, some of the assumptions that they make. It really limits their ability to use the data effectively. Okay, so who are these customers? There's, first of all, the big ones that we'll be talking about primarily here. That's the big tech companies. There's so many acronyms at this point for them. I tend to prefer MAGMA at the moment because, I don't know, it just seems, appropriate. It's big, it's burning everything. they all have their core use case for Wikimedia data, and I think this is super interesting, is around real-time search. And obviously search, we'll use Google, which is one of the customers that we can talk about because they gave us permission to. Most of our customers don't really want us to name them. Google, obviously it's a search engine, so real-time search is like having it as part of their search engine, using it to support the info box that appears, or the knowledge panel, excuse me, that appears on the right-hand side of every search result. That's a core use. But the real-time aspect is actually what's most valuable to them, right? So the way that I like to describe this is, how does Google know that, say, Queen Elizabeth died? Right? The whole world knows that Queen Elizabeth died, but Google is a machine. Google knows because we have a bunch of editors. There's an amazing community of folks here who go and change all the is's to was's on that page, and that gets translated, that gets moved very quickly over to Google, and that is what they use. That is what their search engine uses to understand the context in which, when somebody typed in Queen Elizabeth before that happened, and when somebody types in Queen Elizabeth after that happened, that they need to respond differently. This movement is how that happens. Then they have a lot of other secondary use cases. They use us for images, bios, maps, all the things that you might imagine. We really did discover it's as a sort of the world's common knowledge store. Like, it's hard to find. What we discovered early on, it's hard to find a market that doesn't use Wikimedia data in some way. So now we have taken to just kind of lumping all of those together into the everybody else category. Fortune 100s can be on this list, all the way down to smaller commercial tech shops. It's everything from, I mentioned biotech firms, but we talked to major research, publishers, we've talked to airlines, we've talked to, again, you name it. We can find somebody that uses Wikimedia content in some meaningful way. For search results, reference tools, topic lookups. And then there's a new-ish market developing around artificial intelligence and large language model training. Again, this is all freely using our content, freely using it as a data source for training large language models, and also for refining the results for sort of post-training activity. That's a very new market. We haven't spent a lot of time with it. I've talked to some of those companies. Won't be a focus here. I just wanted to point it out. Okay, given all of that context, let's talk about what they are currently doing with Wikimedia data. Okay, so first of all, they get our data in every way that they can. We provide a bunch of APIs. They use all of those APIs. They scrape. They call it crawling. I call it scraping. They scrape our sites. They get all the data that way from their giant search engines. They copy. They query APIs. Often at very, we don't. The current API policy on for our products doesn't really, our services, our projects doesn't really limit the rate at which they can access our data, and so they often do it at extremely high queries per second. They normalize the data sourced from these different methods, right? So they both have to normalize across our different APIs, because almost all our public APIs use, in some cases, wildly different schemas. So they have to figure out how to figure out what's an article in one and what's an article on another, because the data is presented in different ways. Also, they have their own proprietary services. They've got the bots that they have that are doing crawling for their search engines, and that's got a different format. So they normalize all of this, and then they store it in their own proprietary knowledge graph. And as I mentioned, they will also have other sources of data that they will store in the knowledge graph, and they will normalize against that as well. As I was also saying, they really want to understand what has changed in the world recently, aka news. News is very important to them, and news is a frame that they have when they think about Wikimedia content. What is new? What is noteworthy? What has changed? What constitutes news, right? So this is a really interesting question. They are very wary, unsurprisingly, of putting forth anything that they suspect might be vandalism, right? So they have a very conservative approach to new data and changes that come up, right? So obviously, if all the is changes to was for Queen Elizabeth, they have to ask a series of questions algorithmically, and sometimes actually sort of with a human in the loop process of like, is that a legitimate change or not? Is that something we want to display? If we are going to retool much of our search service to report information about Queen Elizabeth differently, we should make certain that that is a thing that has actually happened. And then just a small fact of interest, when different language editions disagree on facts, This is a good example of sort of the simple way that they think about kind of algorithmic judgments. They'll generally prioritize based on page views. This is particularly unfortunate for Wikidata since, they don't really count those as page views at all. So Wikidata just kind of gets booted in that environment, which again is a good example of like not an imperfect approach. Yes. Oh yeah, like they use ORAs right now. So ORAs is, it's actually, there was a presentation about it the other day, sort of a soon to be deprecated model that we use to determine whether sort of an article or an edit is something that they would want to display. The presentation that's actually happening in here right after this one is about Liftwing and the new revert risk model that they have for that, which I think is very cool if you're into sticking around for that. We're going to be moving to that, and then they will also be moving to it as well. So they have their own internal heuristics, and then they use data that we provide. We've also started providing more of what we call credibility signals, which are just community source signals that companies can use to create. Every company has a different threshold for what they want to display or not display. So we aren't in the prospect of making that. We are not in the role of making that value judgment for them. We're just trying to give them as much data as possible so that they can make value judgments on their own. And that is generally the philosophy that we have overall. So that's just kind of a list of kind of how they currently work with us broadly. Here's what they can't do right now. For all sorts of understandable historical reasons, Wikipedia API content is, when I say almost entirely unstructured, it's almost entirely unstructured. When you query any of our APIs and they return an article, it returns the article. Historically, we just did that as Wikitext. When Enterprise came along, we added parsed, using Parsoid, we added parsed HTML from the Wikitext, so because it's a little bit easier to sort of sort and parse through on their end. But what this means is that when you query any of our APIs and you get an article, if you want any particular piece of data out of that article, you have to do the work on your own to parse through it and figure out what to pull out, right? You want to know what the title is, you want certain facts or data, you want to try and pull particular points of data out of the info box. You have to do all that work yourself. We do not provide it in a particularly pre-parsed format. We just say, here's the article, go to it. What this means in practice is that these large companies, like that's when I say they have 12 to 15 person teams, this is what they're doing. They are building those parsers and they are maintaining them, right? Because there's no commercial guarantee that we're not going to change things on our end. All sorts of things can change, right? There can be new templates added. There can be all sorts of, it's a lot of work. The second thing is our public APIs were not designed to work together. For the most part, third-party reuse of Wikimedia content has not historically been a significant focus for the technology teams. It's been our own websites, which I think is very understandable. So when APIs were created, they were created usually internally to serve a particular and specific purpose. They weren't envisioned as a set of APIs that should function together. And so they don't, again, function together unless you, as a person using them, do the work to normalize the data. They don't share a schema, right? So if you want to figure out what an article is in one and an article is in another, you have to do that work yourself. So that takes time, engineering resources. And then the last thing, which is just, I think, fascinating, is that the places, because of the nature of the way that our markup works, the places where editors spend the most time putting structure around data are the least usable outside of our websites in a structured context. So what this means in particular is the info boxes and the tables, for the most part, even large technology companies, even like the biggest technology companies on the planet who've had over a decade to use of engineering work on this, for the most part, just throw away the data that we present in info boxes and tables. Sometimes they can extract some of the data from info boxes, but for the most part, if it's tabular anywhere on our site, it's not getting reused anywhere but our site, which is fascinating and unfortunate, and hopefully something we can figure out how to fix at some point. Okay, what do they think is important about our data, right? So here we start to get into these broader and more philosophic questions. Our data is immensely immensely valuable to these organizations. As I was just saying, we help them understand the context in which the people that are searching on their site, the core proposition of a search engine is to provide the right answer, and Wikimedia data is critical to that activity. It's more information in more languages, as we all know, than any of the other services or any of the other data sources that they get, and they know and understand that the quality and accuracy of that data is quite high. This is well understood by all of the companies that use it. They love Creative Commons licenses because they're incredibly permissive and give them a level of control over the content that they don't get from any of their other data sources, right? In particular, the fact that once they have that content, they can do with all appropriate caveats about attribution and their willingness to do that or not do it aside, like they understand that once they have that content, it is theirs to work with in all of the ways that they want to. And I think, quite interestingly, as a result of that, it gives them a flexibility and a permissiveness that is extremely important for their innovation capacity. And I will use AI as an example of this, right? The fact that for most of these companies, for most large language models, like that are the models that are trained for things like generative chat, for most of the large language models, Wikimedia data, it's hard to get actual numbers out of them, but as far as I can tell, based on multiple conversations, seems to represent between 3 and 5% of the overall training data set, right? Which might not sound like a lot to you if you're not in that world, but it is a lot. The fact that they can use that, they don't have to ask us, they don't have to do anything, they don't have to pay us more money. It's really important to them, and actually something that they recognize as important to them and critical to them. So I want to note that because I think recognizing not just that we contribute to their existing activity, but that the work that this movement does contributes to their ability to continue to sort of maintain their dominant position with all of the, again, I'm not making any value judgments here, but if I were going to make a value judgment, it might be right there. This movement contributes a very significant way to that. And then I want to say this thing because this was maybe the most enlightening and horrifying conversation I had in the entire 3 years I've been talking to these companies about this. There's so many papers about the value of Wikimedia content, individual projects, and usually sort of says the value of this content based on all the utility that it provides in the world is in the billions of dollars a year, and I think that's absolutely true. But that's not how large technology companies think. For them, value is about how much they have to spend on something, right? And so this movement, we have a way of thinking about value that is very, I'm going to say this lovingly because I'm on the list of people, so I include myself in this, very naive. We think, what a great thing we've put into the world. How amazing this is. Look at all the incredible work that all the people that are here are doing to contribute to this. It's incredible. It's an incredible resource. Everything we all say, all of which is true. But at the end of the day, if you're a large technology company, value is how much you spend on something. Therefore, the value of our content is zero. I learned this in a conversation with one of those large tech companies, which I was trying to figure out how much they would pay us. And they basically said, well, the value of your content, the value of your data is zero. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, we don't pay you anything. You told us it's worth nothing. And I had a real mind blown moment right then. I was like, I guess we did. So I mentioned this mostly because it's helpful to understand this almost sort of this sort of mismatch in worldview, which is can be challenging. It can maybe lead to all sorts of other kinds of sort of mismatches. So interesting data point. Wanted to share it. Not how it works. No, they have teams. They have those teams parsing data they pay for too. Yeah, fascinating, right? So, I'm standing up here telling you I'm the person that's supposed to figure out how to get them to pay, and I still don't know what to do about this. But we're thinking about it. Okay, and then what they want more of from Wikimedia content. So if this is the sort of how would they like it to change? How would they like it to improve? on the not the content itself, I should say, but on the technology side, again, we have the content is the content, and it is amazing and it is fantastic, and but just in terms of how we are delivering it, what could change? They would like our APIs, and we didn't ask these questions specific to enterprise APIs. We just asked about all our APIs broadly. What they want and how they would like it to improve. So one is, you may have picked up on what I was saying, our APIs were not designed in any sort of like platform way. They weren't designed to function together for all sorts of understandable historical reasons. They would like that to change. They would like better design of all the APIs, enterprise included, to make it easier to search, to sort, to filter, and they'd like to use fewer API calls. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but we have a whole separate presentation I'm happy to share with anybody that's interested, where we just did a research project to try and understand if you want to retrieve an entire article and all its associated metadata from our public APIs, the non-enterprise APIs, how much work is it? What we sort of finally determined is that if you really, really, really understand what you're doing, you can do it in 3 API calls to 3 APIs to get everything. Most people end up doing 5 API calls to 3 APIs to get all the data that they want. It's just, again, the nature of kind of how we have developed our system sort of piecemeal. They also want better documentation to help customers understand how the content was created. So not documentation about how to use the APIs, although they would like that as well. But that thing I was talking about at the beginning, like a lack of understanding about how the content was created can affect the way that they think about how to use it. I'll give you a super simple example. We were talking to one company that's been working with our data for over a decade and asking them about sort of how they make algorithmic judgments about what to show and what not to show. And at one point, one of them said, "Oh, well, anytime," and I forget the exact number, but they're like, anytime an editor has had X number of revisions, we just assume that editor is not a good editor. I was like, "Oh, don't do that. That's not right." Like, you all have to change that. And we were able to explain why, but it was in the explaining why that we realized, oh, there's a lot of this, right? They've made a lot of algorithmic assumptions that do not necessarily understand the social context, the social infrastructure in which this content is created. So understanding how to communicate that better is something they would like. Improve machine readability. And there's a really interesting presentation later from the structured data team that's going to talk about thinking about structured data in a much broader capacity. We literally just think about it in terms of like extracting pieces of content from the page that we know commercial customers want. We know that they want to be able to use the information inside tables. We know that they want to be able to use the individual data points in the info box. We know that they would like a summary. We know that they would like to be able to pull the top images, et cetera. This third one, clarity regarding content integrity. So more we have some metadata, all the metadata that we can give them to understand which edits are credible and which are not. Now again, value judgment is on their end, not on our end, but community-sourced information that can help them understand that. So one of the things we're thinking about a lot is how might we do that. And again, that's sort of, there's sort of a, when it comes to Wikimedia content in general, there's a tension between fresher and safer when it comes to reuse, right? The fresher something is, the more real time it is, the less quote unquote safe it is. If you're willing to wait 2 weeks, say like with the public dumps that we have, if they come out every 2 weeks, if you're willing to wait for one of those, 2 weeks later, you can feel fairly confident about obviously not all of it, but much of the information that's in there, particularly about critical topics. If you want that information within seconds, there's a tension. So helping them manage the tension between fresher and safer. And then we are getting a lot of questions about whether or not our content could be better formatted for AI training. Some of this is as simple as like, can you just give it to us in plain text? Because that's the only part that they actually want. But now we're also starting to have conversations with them where they're asking like, hey, there's new regulatory structures coming up. What can you do to guarantee that there's no personally identifiable information in there? What can you do to guarantee that some of this content might apply with all applicable global laws and regulations that are emerging around AI and AI training data? Again, it's an evolving market, so we're just kind of looking at that and listening to them, but it's interesting. And then just to let you know, our product roadmap's available on Meta, and it's been designed around these needs. So these are some of the things that we're working on. We're working on this idea of a breaking news algorithm to figure out for any particular like language edition. Right now we're mostly working in Wikipedia. for certain language editions, can we identify notable activity? Lots of questions about what notable activity is. Credibility signals, so more community source signals to support real-time decision making. Trying to figure out how to parse info boxes and tables. It is hard, but we're going to get it done. And then the one I'm personally most excited about is working with the Wikidata team to see if we can integrate that alongside the text-based projects in the enterprise APIs. One thing we'd be really interested to try and do, and I think integration with Wikidata is a first step towards, is being able to return information not on a project basis, but on a topic basis. So it's not you ask for the English language Wikipedia, and then you get the page about Josephine Baker. It's you ask about Josephine Baker, and then we return everything that we have about Josephine Baker, regardless of where it was sourced from. That's one of the goals. And again, I'll make this point over and over. We only work with community inputs. We don't really create any inputs on our own. When we derive data sources, it's based entirely on the community inputs that we're getting. And we're very careful not to build or make any value judgments in the way that we work on things algorithmically. It's just about creating a data pipe that is passing this information along in a way that allows people to make decisions about how they want to use it. And the question we have is, how can we start to work with them to make sure that they use it appropriately? Right? The example I gave earlier about the editors and revisions is one example of that. But just how can we make sure that they understand how they're using it so that when they are reusing that data, when they are putting it back into the world in different ways, it accurately reflects all of the context that is necessary and that is so present on the websites themselves. I'd say questions, but I think I'm over, so. I'm happy, I'll be around, I'm happy to answer any questions about any of it later.
Morning, everybody. Thank you so much to our previous speakers. We have a pre-recorded session that's going to start now, and it's called Lift Wing, WMF's Machine Learning Model Serving Infrastructure. So we're going to play the pre-record right now.
Hello and welcome to this session. Today we're going to be talking about LiftWing. LiftWing is Wikimedia Foundation's machine learning model serving infrastructure. This presentation is brought to you by the machine learning team from the Wikimedia Foundation. Let's take a look at what we're going to be discussing about today. First of all, we'll go through a brief introduction. Then we're going to be mentioning what is a machine learning model and what does it mean to take a model into production. Then we're going to be mentioning ORES and the usage of machine learning at the Wikimedia Foundation until now. And then we're going to take a deep dive into LiftWing, which is the platform that is the main subject of today, and how does a model get served through this infrastructure. Finally, we'll be mentioning some future work that is going to be done around LiftWing. This is the Foundation's machine learning team. It consists of Chris, who is the manager and the director of machine learning at the foundation, Luca and Tobias, who are our site reliability engineers, and me, Ilias, Aiko, and Kevin, who are the machine learning engineers of the team. Now, we're talking usually about machine learning models, and let's take a look what actually is a machine learning model. So when we're talking about deploying, we usually mean about a trained model. So usually a model would be used to solve a specific use case. Now, so let's take a look at an example. So here, given an article revision, we want to predict how likely it is that it's an act of vandalism. A model that will solve this task is basically a function that takes the article revision as input and outputs the probability of the revision to be vandalous. So when we're talking about the trained model, we are referring to this function. What we want to do with the trained model is that we want to save it, to store it on disk in a way that it can be reused. Storing a model means that we want to store the model weights, biases, and parameters so we can then reuse them in our infrastructure. And then when we're talking about model deployment and taking a model into production, we mean getting this serialized version of the model from a development environment, which could be a Jupyter notebook, for example, as we can see here on the left, and taking it to an infrastructure that's more production ready. For example, a Kubernetes cluster. That would mean that this new environment now is reliable and scalable. It has monitoring and alerting. And on top of that, we may wrap our model around an API allowing its usage. Machine learning has a long history in wiki projects, and the most famous example is the usage of ORES. ORES is the scoring platform that has been around for many years, and it's being used. Its most famous usage is on the recent changes page of Wikipedia, where it is used to help patrollers fight vandalism by detecting and removing vandalous edits. Every revision is flagged by ORES, and then by using the filters, the patrollers can select specific revisions. As we mentioned, ORES has been around for many years, and it's used widely in wiki projects. ORES focuses in the area of edit quality and article quality. It has a custom model server written in Python, and it's exposed via its API, which is available in ors.wikimedia.org. On the other hand, what we're introducing, Liftwing, is a platform built to have a generic usage. It's based on Kubernetes, and it has a standard API that can serve multiple model server implementation. The community can propose models that will be wrapped around an API, and also users can replicate and try out model servers locally. Now, let's take a look at a high-level overview of Liftwing. Liftwing consists of a Kubernetes cluster where Kserve is deployed. Kserve is a standard model inference platform on Kubernetes built for highly scalable use cases. Kserve is an open source project. It used to be part of the Kubeflow ecosystem, but is now graduated and is a standalone open source project. Along with the cluster, we have the model cards. Model cards are model documentation and an essential part of our effort to apply ethical machine learning as they introduce transparency and community model governance. Finally, Liftwing is connecting to WMF's API gateway, which is the way that the model servers are exposed to the outside world.
All right, thanks, Ilias. We are going to be delving into the Liftwing infrastructure. As Ilias mentioned, Liftwing is the foundation's new machine learning model serving infrastructure. And it is a multi-year effort to modernize Wikimedia's machine learning systems and processes to enable rapid and safe deployment of a wide variety of models. Next slide, please. As Elias mentioned, we use model cards, and these are basically documentation. Once a user has created a model, they write documentation about the model, and this documentation answers questions like who the model creator is, what the motivation behind creating this model was, the ethical considerations that were taken, the data that was used to train these models, the model architecture, the open source licenses. We mainly use open source licenses because our models have to be open source. And then where the model is used currently, like which wikis are using the models. Also, which wikis shouldn't use the models. Say if a model is mainly trained for the English language, it may not serve the Swahili community, so it may not be used on the Swahili wikis. Next slide, please. So once the model has been created, we've made the model card for it. We store the model in Swift. Swift is an open source object store that is widely used across the foundation. It is better than Git LFS, which is what Ores was using previously. Next slide, please. So once created the model, created its documentation, saved it on Swift, then we go ahead and create a model server. And this model server is essentially created using Python and KServe. So we create a KServe inference service and wrap it into a Docker image. And that Docker image is essentially the model server. Next slide, please. So once we've created the model server, we send it through the pipeline. How we do that? We use Blubber, which is an internal foundation tool, and we use Blubber to build the configurations of the previously created Docker image. And then we run this Blubber file or this Docker image through the continuous integration pipeline. And for this, we use Jenkins. Jenkins is an open source automation server. And that's essentially how our CI is set up in the foundation. Next slide, please. Then we go ahead to, once the model server has gone through the CI, it is stored on the Wikimedia Docker registry. And the Docker registry is public, and any user from the community can download these model servers and run them on their machines locally to test how the models are working and be able to propose changes on them. Next slide, please. Now, once the model servers are on the Docker registry, we use Helm to configure how these model server images are deployed on Kubernetes. Next slide, please. So we use Kubernetes to orchestrate the running of the model servers. So they've been downloaded by Helm and deployed onto Kubernetes. Now, Kubernetes is used to either set the model servers up or put them down or manage the compute resources. And this is done for both model servers in staging and those that are in production. Next slide, please. So once model servers are running on Kubernetes, end users can query the models through the API gateway. And we use an internal API endpoint for staging. And we also have an external API endpoint for production. Both can be accessed through the API gateway. Next slide, please.
So we mentioned previously model cards, but now let's take a look at an example of such a card. So as we mentioned, model cards are the documentation of the models that allow transparency, visibility, and governance from the community. So in this example, we have the language agnostic revert risk model. Every model card starts with a description. This description states what the model is supposed to do. So what problem is it solving? So in this example, this model, it identifies revisions that need to be patrolled. So its goal is to detect revisions that are likely to be reverted. In the next section, we have users and uses of the model. So here in this section, usually it's stated exactly for which cases this model can be used for. So for example, this model can automatically find revisions that require patrolling. It is used for vandalism detection, and it can be used to create bots for assisting admins and patrollers. What it shouldn't be used for is for auto-removing edits that users make without having an editor in the loop. Or it shouldn't be used as ground truth, to use the model's outputs as a ground truth for training another model. And in every model card, we also have the section with the current uses, where over there the use cases and the products that it currently supports are stated. A really important section is the one that we see on the bottom: ethical considerations, caveats, and recommendations. So in this part, we may always see about specific biases or characteristics that may raise some concern about the model that the users should be aware of. The next section is about the description of the model, of more technical things. So a really good, a really important thing are the features that the model has been, that the features have been used to train the model. So in this example, we have article features and user features, and they are, the users can find the specific features of each entity that have been used while training. In the next section, we have a description about performance metrics and the implementation of the model. For example, this model, it has been built using XGBoost library, and there's also a link to the code used for training, so someone can go and audit the training procedure. Also, we have the output schema and an example input and output of the model. Finally, in every model card, we have a section about the data that were used while training. So in this case, we can see what is the data snapshot that was used for training and how it was broken up during the training process into the training and test data to be used for evaluation. And on the bottom, we have the license that ships with the model. For example, this model comes with an Apache 2 license. Finally, we have future work that I would like to mention that we plan to do around LiftWing. One big area of work is hosting large language models on LiftWing. Most of the people will have heard about large language models, which have been really popular over the last year. The difference between traditional machine learning models for us, for hosting them, is mostly have to do with the model size. So the serialized version of the model extends to several gigabytes, which in addition, require the usage of GPUs in order to have a fast inference service. And also, on top of that, we plan to do work around having easily accessible data for our model servers, which will make the models more easily accessible. And this work could be around using a feature store. Please feel free to try Liftwing by running this command, for example. You can find more commands in the first link in the API docs. And also, you can visit Liftwing's documentation page on Wikitech. We'd like to thank you very much for taking part in this presentation, and feel free to reach us about anything. You can reach us with these three preferred ways, either via email on ml@wikimedia.org, or you can open a task on our Fabricator board and have a discussion over there. And always you can reach us on IRC in the Wikimedia ML channel. Thank you very much.
So this is Sam and I'm Runa. We are from the Wikimedia Foundation's Comtech team. And we are going to talk about the community wish list. If you haven't had a chance to ever participate or are completely unaware about the wish list, don't worry. We will talk about it a bit as we go forward in the presentation. And but today we are also going to talk a little bit about what we think should be the future of the wish list, because this has been around for a while and we think that this could maybe do with a little bit of a refresh, and we can all do that together. So as I said, I'm Runa. I am based in India, and I'll just pass this mic to Sam to say to Sam.
Hi. I'm a software engineer on the Comtech team. I'm based in Australia. I've been working on the wish list for 6 years now. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So about this session, so the wish list survey, I think that shouldn't be 6 years, that should be 8 years. So that's a typo there. So the wish list survey is an annual process that is conducted by the the Wikimedia Foundation's community tech team, where we have a survey that happens around January, I think. Yeah, it's around the beginning of the calendar year, where we display some banners and ask especially advanced contributors to provide some of the provide details about the technical issues that they are facing, that we can take a look at and provide some support on, and provide engineering support. And what we have been noticing over the last few years is that the process has gone through a little bit of a stagnation, in a way that maybe we are unable to handle the growing needs and the technical complexities and challenges that we are facing as people are also like growing in terms of how they engage on the platform. And as a result, there have been some recent conversations on Wiki, off Wiki, whenever people are talking about the wish list. And I think 2-3 months back, we started talking, like introspecting inside the team, that maybe it's time for us to like take a deeper look at what has been happening so far, maybe propose some changes or propose some broad directions that we would like to go deeper into, and then figure some specific changes that we would like to propose for us to like collaborate and see if that's a change that we would like to follow through and make the process more effective. So this is this was a milestone for us, that we would have our initial conversations inside the team, and then take this conversation onwards to folks in the community, to more people in the communities, and share the early thoughts at Wikimania. And this is precisely that place. And onwards from here, we will move on to more on-wiki conversations, community conversations, and other spaces where we can continue the discussion. So can you go to the next? Yeah. So I'll just pass it to Sam to talk a little bit about the wishlist survey, so that we all have like a bit of awareness of what the survey is, in case you haven't had an introduction to it, and then we can proceed on to the next part.
Hands up who has heard of the wishlist survey? Okay, so we're starting somewhere good. So it's gone through a few iterations, but basically it's fundamentally about talking to active contributors and getting their ideas for things that need improving. In the beginning, it was small things that could be improved in a reasonably short period of time by a fairly small number of people. And as the years have gone on, there's still a fair bit of that, but there's also bigger tasks involved, and we've taken on all sorts of projects from in the early days, sort of small bug fixes, like we're a surgical strike bug fix team, fix it in a week and move on, with no product manager, no designer, no real sort of engineering methodology around it, through to the last few years of bigger projects with more people involved and a more methodical approach to software development, with the idea of don't touch things unless you're going to leave them in a better state than they were found. Don't build on the backlog. Don't create more tech debt. Which is it's a nicer environment to work in. I think it ends up with better quality. It's slower, so that's been the sort of the shift. I think in the time 2015 to now, I think there's been about 1,1600 proposals all up, and we've worked on 45 to 60, somewhere around that. So yeah, that's been an interesting process. So we 2 years ago we shifted to from working on the top 10. So I should explain. So after proposals come in, people vote on them, and then for the first 5 or 6 years, the number of votes was the system of ranking, and then we would take the top 10 and work down from number 1 and do as many as we could. That can be tricky because there are some things that are highly voted and are quite easy to do. There are some things that are highly voted and that are really difficult to do. And if we focus on those, we might miss out on 3 or 4 other things that are slightly lower down, but still highly voted, that are easier to do. And in fact, if we could prioritize things according to more criteria, we could actually get a better representation of not only popularity, but like possibility. And so we have a prioritization score that looks at things like engineering complexity, communication complexity. Like if something is quite simple to build, but it needs a lot of conversations and a lot of communication amongst different communities and things, then that's quite complex and is going to be harder than something else that might be equally difficult on the code front. So we have a system of like scoring from 1 to 5 for each of these other criteria. And then we also look at the total number of votes and the total number of participants. And then we have a formula that we follow to rank those. And we do a bunch of analysis around using different weightings for those to see if we tweak the weightings of that formula, what effect would it have on the outcome? To see if we're not inadvertently introducing statistical bias somewhere there. We don't currently have a data scientist on the team, so it's a best.
We do.
We do. Right. We do have a data scientist, but we didn't in the last wish list. That's terrific. Yeah, so hopefully that sort of makes sense. And yeah, where we are now is the sort of evolution of that prioritization process, thinking that possibly it's not designed as well as it could be, or it's missing other things, or we're not really sure about those questions yet. That's why we're here. Of course, so this is I've sort of gone through half of this already, whoops. So basically the process has been every year for the first few years it was in November, and then recently it's been in January, because we were naming the wish list after the year it was going to be done in, and it was being held in the year before, and so the numbering of the year didn't match up and everyone got a bit confused. We've fixed that up and we do it in January now. Wishes proposed, anyone can propose a wish, apart from Comtech members. And this is all happening on MetaWiki. People propose things and can discuss the proposals and make changes. And we've tried to encourage people to make changes and work on clarifying the proposals and really clarifying the problem statement, so that when people come to vote on them, it's easier for them to understand what they're voting on. And I think we've had varying successes in that. I think sometimes like the subject, the page title of a proposal will say one thing, and then the actual proposal can have a slightly different flavor. And TLDR, we're all voting. People vote on the top line thing. There's sometimes a communication mismatch there. So the voting is open to anyone who is, I might be wrong about this, who is auto-confirmed. I think they just have to have 10 edits and a 3-day-old account on Meta. I actually think I might be getting that wrong. Anyway, there's some threshold to voting to try and avoid people who don't know what they're voting on from submitting votes. People have as many votes as they want. They can vote for everything if they want. There's usually a few hundred proposals, so generally people don't vote for all that many because it's quite a laborious process to go through, clicking through different meta pages and reading things. We do use the Add Me gadget, which means that there is a button that you just click. You don't have to go into edit mode and type your signature. You can just click one button. So that's sort of indicative of the level of like automation or tooling support that the wish list has. So after the voting, Comtech sits down for a 3-day process called the Grand Undertaking, where we, sorry, I'm getting this backwards. That happens before the voting. That's the process of filtering things out and reorganizing things and making sure everything is making sense and is ready to vote on. Then the voting begins. And then the prioritization scoring and final formula gets calculated, and the final ranking of all of the wishes is presented to the communities.
So thanks, Sam. And in case you haven't noticed, Sam is wearing a very cool Comtech t-shirt. All right. As I mentioned, that the last 2-3 months, the team has been on a bit of an introspection mode. We have had like multiple discussions and collecting of information that we have processed together. And this is kind of a bit of a preliminary conclusion that we have come to, and we wanted to just share over here. I will probably not go through all of that. It's kind of like, as I said, it's preliminary conclusion, but broad conclusions. And what we kind of like also mentioned that Sam was talking about the data scientists, we actually are taking, at this time, taking help from the product analyst colleague that we have on our team to get some more effective like data, some more precision in about these conclusions to figure out, okay, are we understanding these issues correctly, how deep they are and how meaningful they are, so that we can augment our awareness and figure out like, you know, which direction to go deeper into to understand the issues. So broadly, these are what we have figured out are like, you know, they are very interconnected. They have some layers to them, but overall, we do have a scenario where it's taking us longer to complete the work that we can take up, even restricting us in some ways. There's also a visibility problem right now. A lot of people don't know about the wish list, especially if you are from some of the communities that are getting more and more active these days, in the ESAP region, for instance, or South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, etc. So a lot of communities are dealing with technical challenges right now, which may have already been, done and dusted for a lot of other communities. So the engagement restrictions are actually causing like, you know, some cascading issues here and there, and we would like to be more equitable and in the way we are making the wish list available for everybody. And it doesn't mean that, you know, we solve one thing for someone in Kenya, doesn't like it shouldn't break something for someone in Germany, because it has to all be coming together as a good piece of software to use anywhere in the world. And the last thing is something I just wanted to mention, because we also have our WMD colleagues here from the Technical Wishes team, Joanna and Lena, is we think there is an untapped opportunity of working with other wish lists. The Technical Wishes is, of course, like from WMD is also like is very well known, but there are other intentions that we have heard from smaller communities who would like to have their own technical engagement spaces. And if that happens, then I think we can join forces, collaborate, and work together to solve issues, for our movement. So just go over to the next slide. So these are the three broad proposals that we have come to at this time. Again, these are like the overarching proposals, and these are very high level, and we have to dig deeper into them. And we wanted to make sure that you all have awareness of where what our conclusions were, and then we would go more into them. So the first thing is that we would like to make the wish list more effective for ourselves, and we would like to have better connection points for WMF product and technology planning, because we are all solving problems, small, big, severely complicated, dependent on each other, and we would like to do that more effectively and provide more visibility. So this one, I think, is touching upon both process as well as tooling, because as Sam mentioned, there are like some tools that we already have in place that provides the wish list, a way for people to engage with the wish list. Maybe we could make them more visible, more friendlier for people to use, and the same goes for people inside the foundation's product and tech teams, and that brings us all together to look at the same problems all at the same time, at the same level of depth and beyond. The second is making it more accessible to participants from underrepresented communities, because right now, as Sam was talking about, some of the thresholds that we currently have for participation, voting, etc., this could be more broader, and this will just make things much more visible, much more clearer. We can solve problems earlier than later, and it just makes it more equitable. And the third thing is what I just touched upon, that we can figure out more collaborative problem-solving areas along with other wish list processes and technical engagement spaces. So just pass it on to the next slide. And my apologies for using the financial year nomenclature. I should have used the months. So this is just a proposed timeline of what, this is the timeline of what has happened so far and the proposals going forward. So F1, the one in red is the time period from April to June of the current calendar year, when the team itself did some research and we reviewed and came to this conclusion. The green is the current period, July to September 2023, when we prepared that proposal, the three top proposals in the earlier slide, and we wanted to start initiating the conversations. That's the phase we are in right now. The next phase is October to December, which is proposal refinement and preparation for the next wish list survey, whatever form it takes, but that's when we'll have the bulk of the conversations. Actually, we'll start already from next month and then onwards from there. And there are ways that we would like to engage, and we will talk about that a little while later. And the final thing is in the period from January to March, where we would like to see how the wish list is presented for the next round of the survey. Can we proceed? Thank you. So now we would need you to take your phones out, because we have a little bit of an interactive session. And no, we are not going to save any data or anything over here, so. All right, we have 21 people logged in. We'll just check if a few more are coming through. Otherwise, we'll start in about 20, 25 seconds. Anyone having trouble getting through this? Otherwise, we'll start. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, let's get started. 45 people, actually, 46. All right. Yeah, maybe. All right, let's proceed. Okay, so have you ever participated in the community wish list? There's quite a lot of Comtech alumni in the room as well, so yeah. Oh, submission is locked. Sorry. All right. So we do have like quite a substantial number of people voting who have heard or participated in the wish list. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next one. Yeah, go for it. All right, thank you. Let's hold it for a minute. People who voted on something else, if you are okay speaking up, do you mind sharing what was the something else that you did? Or do you remember? People who voted something else, do you remember what it is that you did? Discussing the wish list process. Okay. Canvassing. Thinking about it. Okay. But NBB, did you do any of the others? Okay. All right. No worries. Thank you. All right. Let's move to the next one. Hang on for a second there, sorry. So this one is kind of like, what is the most important, in your opinion, that we would like to just concentrate on? We were initially thinking maybe we could have like people suggest all of them, but we thought, okay, let's just take a temp check of what is the most important thing, in your opinion. Let's just open it, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go for it now. Maybe.
More successful, more things done on the wish list, or quality of those that are done, sort of the requests on the wish list, as that's what we view as the most sort of demonstrable criteria of success for the wish list process.
So I would leave that to how you are interpreting that. That would also be like a good temp check for us to understand like what it is that we are making the connection with. So if you think any one of these, in your opinion, makes sense, it's fine. If it doesn't make sense, don't vote. We can talk about it later. That's totally fine. because this is also an exercise in awareness for us. Oh, let's go. All right, yeah. Let's go for the next one. Okay, this one is a word cloud, right? Okay, just before you vote on this is a word cloud response. So we have 25 characters. So you don't really have to write a big description, just like early thoughts in a few words over here. I don't know who put unicorns, but I think the Comtech team already has like 8 unicorns. Sorry? We were just finishing the countdown. Now it is closed for sure. But we can definitely take your opinion later if you had something to write. Sorry about that. All right, let's stop for a moment over there. And I think someone could not finish what they were writing because there was have teams for different something. Yeah, probably. So if you'd like to connect with us later, please feel free to do that. I think there are some themes coming up here, and we'll definitely like go over these later just to make sure we have all the feedback there. There's definitely like about the existing wishes, reusing them, focusing on the things that are voted off, hand off more clearly. I actually have an immediate example to share with you. So. The team was working on the Phonos project actually this year, and at some point we figured out that we needed more support on text-to-speech engine, and we handed that over to the language team. Santosh is sitting right behind. He's a text-to-speech expert, and I'm actually wearing a language team t-shirt today. So that was a very effective way for us to figure out how we could do clear handoffs when we know that, okay, we can take it this far and then over to the next team that can take it further down. So that was just a quick example for awareness. Yeah, team size and funding, community consent, communicate. Right, maybe we can move to the next one and we'll just come back.
We do have a mascot. There's a mascot there. We have a golden retriever with a Santa hat on.
I think we did, no, to the next one, yeah. Same thing, 25 characters, please be mindful of that. wants animated GIFs? While the last view comes through, again, I think like there are some themes here about like awareness building, trying to contribute themselves. There's a bit about like protest and force WMF to work, promote, communicate more, help with translations. Essentially like some broad themes about communication and collaboration in broad ways. And we definitely like we touched upon that already about like how to find more technical engagement spaces. So this is super helpful. So again, thanks for that, and we'll process this again and bring it back into the broader conversations subsequent. Yeah, go for it. I think this is the last one. Yeah, this is the last question. So again, 25 characters. Please be mindful of that. Twitter, does it exist anymore? We need the Pacifica group, maybe. Yeah, it's nice to see some mention of Fabricator here, because we definitely did a lot of bridging there to make sure that the wishes submitted are now on Fabricator. There is a consistent way of tracking things with the rest of the issue tracking system. All right, thank you for that. So this was the last slide, and I think again, broad themes there, notifications, announcements, emails, etc. So we do have some ideas of how to do it next. We just wanted to make sure that we are not missing anything that people might prefer more than what we were thinking of, and I think we are not completely misaligned here, but we would definitely go back to this, and things like the diff blog posts, meta updates, etc. Like always part of like how we would anyways operate. All right, I think we can switch back now. Cool. Thank you so much. The next slide. All right, so we have about 10 minutes left, so we'll try and see if we can squeeze in a few questions. But the broad next steps is we will continue to have more conversations onwards from here, and we will start making more decisions about like, okay, what are some specific steps that we would like to take for each of those the broader scopes that we identified, and maybe those are the 3 that we'll stick with, or there needs to be one less or one more, and those are the things that we'll figure out in the conversations as we have them. We would also like to do some improvements on the wishlist tools itself, because it'll probably make things easier for everybody, both the team as well as the others engaging with the wishlist process, make things a little bit more streamlined. And the last thing is like, I don't know if you noticed, there was the name of a third presenter for this session, Natalia. She was our product manager. She's not in the foundation anymore, so we do have to hire a product manager, and we'll do that in the subsequent, in the next few months. So those are like really big steps as part of the process. The next slide, please. And these are the discussion spaces that we want to start off on. There is a MetaWiki page. I think the talk page, we didn't set up the discussion threads. We'll do that today. So please go and engage with engage over there. Leave your comments if you have any right now, or this is a MetaWiki page that we will be monitoring, and it's there as a sub page from the community wish list page. And emails, if you already know Sam and me or any of the Comtech teams, please, you can directly write to us. And again, we will be updating all of that in the MetaWiki page. And community conversations, we'll work it out with our colleagues on how to have some scheduled conversations, as well as some, how best it works, ad hoc, like in-person conversations in community meetups, bigger meetups, on virtual calls, etc., etc. So, but that is, like, again, a broader schedule that we will put up on the MetaWiki page and communicate as much as possible so that people are aware of that. So I think we are done with the slides. Just check if there are any comments, early comments, any questions, clarifications that we can help with, and then maybe wrap up. And yeah, one small little request is that before you talk about whatever you would like to talk about, please just mention who you are. This is for the benefit of our other colleagues who are not here, and they'll be watching the recording later. You had something, Lena? Go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Lena. I'm the product manager of the technical wishes team at Wikimedia Germany. And just wanted to use this opportunity. So Runa mentioned one of the proposals here is more connection with existing wish lists and other contributors. And I was happy to see that that was the second top priority in the voting as well. And I just wanted to say, I'm here also to talk about an idea that we're kind of thinking about at the moment at Wikimedia Germany, which is to enable other affiliates to have wish list teams of their own and collect wishes and implement changes based on the needs of those local communities. So if that's something you might be interested in, please do come and approach me. I'm here today. I'll be at the events later. And
Lena has a poster on the 4th floor. Yeah. I can pass the mic around. Shimon, would you mind doing the mic passing if you could?
Thank you. So, there's a number of groups within our movement that have funding available for some tech work, but we lack the expertise in finding technical folks who can carry out the work. Are there any systems within our movement? It's sort of something that you were commenting on, to connect groups with funding with people who have expertise in developing Wikimedia, media wiki software?
I don't have an immediate comment about that because it could also go into the grant making related areas. I don't know, Kelsey, do you have any comments about that? I don't know the grant space that well off the top of my head, but I was just going to look on the grants page. Yeah.
Okay, but like for groups who already have existing money looking for programmers, basically, like I don't know how to find programmers, for example. We don't have that expertise within our user group, but the movement must have expertise in finding people who are know how to program in certain languages, certain software, and could connect entities with potential programmers.
Please introduce yourself. That would be great. That was Doc James just now.
My name's Lane Raspberry, user Blue Raspberry, mostly on Wikidata and English Wikipedia. Something that I would have liked to have heard here, and I feel there's a bit of a mismatch, I'm not understanding something. When I think about the community wish list, I think about the thousands of editors who participate in this, who discuss this wish list every year for 10,000 hours. To me, this is a flagship project of the Wikimedia movement. This is a primary channel by means of which editors interact with the Wikimedia Foundation. And I feel like there's a mismatch between community expectations in the wish list and the investment that the Wikimedia Foundation actually makes in this. This is the one channel in which editors interact with development staff of the Wikimedia Foundation, and these wishes are not being fulfilled, and they're often when they are fulfilled, it's not to the satisfaction of the community members. I'm sorry that your team is so small and that you're so understaffed, but I really don't know how the Wikimedia Foundation is looking at this wish list. Like, for example, why isn't there a C-level staff person in this room considering the importance of this, or why year after year is there no conversation about why the wishes aren't being fulfilled? I understand that you want diversity, but you've already got the biggest community group that our movement has to offer. Like, what's going to change?
Yeah, so we do have, I think, the PTC community board member over here. Victoria is there. So, so we do have some representation there. So one thing that I think you touched upon about the expectations, I think that's a key point over here, and it's expectation both from the side of the community members who are engaging into the process, which actually takes a ton of hours for everybody, and from the team as well, because they are also looking at problems from like different levels of complexity. So something that we have been talking about is that when a wish comes through, the evaluation process sometimes opens up like a deeper problem that really needs to be stated and figured out. It's not necessary that it's just an immediate solution that we can work on. It probably has to go through 3 levels of tech debt from other teams or other volunteers who are maintaining some tools, and then bring it all together. So what we were thinking of when we were discussing these opportunities is that we do have to solve those dependencies as well. Right now the team is maybe like, we do have like functional team members as well, and if you are aware of Team Starling, he's also part of the team right now. He's like a pretty veteran engineer with a lot of deep knowledge about the platform. So we do want to make sure that there is an expectation match over here, that we can follow through. All the product and tech teams are looking at issues from the perspective of where it goes and impacts as much as possible for the individual communities. Some are more advanced, some are in the upcoming stages of their community building, and then we take it onwards from there. So this is where we have landed with our struggles as well, and we would like to like explore this together with you. I don't know whether we can go more specific than this at this time, but we are willing to go and pursue this further on from here. Oh, 1 minute, sorry.
Thank you. I'm Andy Mabbott. I'm Pigs on the Wing as my username. I echo Lane's concerns. And I'm not one of the people who keeps bashing the foundation, and I know we have a lot of people who do that. But I had a successful wish in the last round, which you gave as an example earlier, the Phonos thing, which was about having something that should render IPA pronunciations so we could know what the IPA actually meant. And I was very grateful when that wish was successful. And then your colleagues developed something completely different, which is the orthogonal opposite of what I'd asked for. And part of the problem, I think, was that there was no further dialogue once the wish was successful to say, well, you know, why do you want this? How do you want it to work? Or anything like that. Now, I happened to find the fabricator ticket, and I've made my views known on there. But for a lot of people, that's not an accessible avenue. And there is obviously a mismatch between what's being asked for as a wish and what's being developed. And I'm concerned that that might not be the only case where that's happened.
Yeah, and I think we agree with that, because it's difficult for everybody. And like I said, that this is a handover we did to the language team, because we figured out that, okay, we can't go further beyond this because of the text-to-speech engine inputs that we need from here onwards. But again, like, these are the open issues that we are identifying, and it's difficult for us as well for everybody else. So yeah. Are we at the end of time? I know sometimes it doesn't. I'm very sorry about that, but we do want to proceed further on that one and dig deeper.
my suggestion will be like deleting the Jenny lamp from the wish list, because actually it's not what is being done. We vote every year for something, and it's not what is being done. It's not a Jenny lamp. It's what the foundation thinks they could do with that suggestions, which are not aligned even with the suggestion voted.
No, we definitely want to reuse the wishes. That's another thing that I saw mentioned in the word cloud as well, because that's something that the team has identified, that there are tons of wishes that have either been like half done or could not be done because there were like broader problems that we couldn't solve. So I totally hear you. I totally hear you. I acknowledge that. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone, and we will continue the discussions on MetaWiki.
Hello, everyone. We're about to start the next session, and it is a pre-recorded session. The session is on structured data across Wikimedia, and it's a 45-minute session on successes and learnings. It's all pre-recorded, but you can, send us any questions at the end, and we can always follow up. But we'll start the recording now. Thank you.
Folks in Singapore, and good any time of day to folks anywhere in the world. Welcome to this appetizer session that comes right before lunch. We'll do our best to keep it light and tasty, don't worry. We're gonna talk about the structured data across Wikimedia program, a 3-year effort that involved quite a lot of people, ranging from the Wiki community, of course, down to the Digital Public Library of America, all the way to Wikimedia Portugal and the Wikimedia Foundation. There we go with our lovely speakers. A special mention goes out to Carly Bogan, Program Manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. Actually, she's not gonna speak today, but I really can't imagine structured data across Wikimedia succeeding without her. In alphabetical order, we then have Dominic, Data and Partnership Strategist at the Digital Public Library of America, Giovanna, Program Officer at the Wikimedia Foundation, Marco here, software engineer at the Wikimedia Foundation, and last but not least, Sofia, projects coordinator at Wikimedia Portugal. This session breaks down into a few parts. I'll start with a helicopter view on the program, briefly describing its goals and products. Then I'll do a deeper dive into data pipelines, which serve as a backbone to power image suggestion products. In the third section, Giovanna will talk about events related to culture and heritage. Next is Dominic, who will showcase the digital asset pipeline and the View It tool. And finally, we have Sofia presenting events organized by the Wikimedia Portugal. All right, let's get started. Program overview. First of all, what's structured data? There are a ton of definitions out there, but here's the one I prefer as a technical person. It's all about content that should be readable both by humans and machines alike. Let's pick some examples from the Wiki ecosystem to understand the concept a little bit better. Some text from a Wikipedia article is unstructured data. It's perfect for humans, but much less readable by machines. Wikipedia info boxes are semi-structured data, an interesting trade-off. Quite easy for a human eye, let's say, not so hard for a robot even. Wikidata is a great example of very structured data. It has a human-readable interface where contributors can edit very small pieces of data, and under the hood, it's a completely machine-readable knowledge graph. Amazing. And then, easy part of the program name, across Wikimedia. It just means that we aim at scaling the availability and consumption of structured data up to all Wikipedias. Actually, some data pipelines go beyond Wikipedias, reaching out to all Wikimedia projects, although no products are built on top of them as of today. So, structured data across Wikimedia, as though. It was all made possible by a grant coming from the Sloan Foundation. The grant started back in 2020 and ended in 2023. Specifically, we can see it as a follow-up to a previous grant, which enabled structured data on commons. The high-level goals of ASDO are all about content. First, we want to improve content search. Second, we want to make content machine readable and build connections across projects. Third, we want to shape more structure where data is especially unstructured, typically Wikipedia articles. These deliverables act as concrete mirrors to the goals we set. So first, we modernize the Wikimedia search experience. Second, we propose the addition of relevant media to content pages in the form of image suggestions. Third, we built the necessary infrastructure to enable structured data-intensive services in the form of data pipelines. Finally, the implementation of deliverables led to the birth of several specific products that we will describe later in more details. Let's list them here. We have media search for commons, search improvements for Wikipedias, the View It tool, data pipelines, which include image suggestions and section topics, the add an image tool for Wikipedia newcomers, and image suggestions notifications for expert Wikipedia contributors. As I said, a lot of people got involved during the grant period. First of all, the Wiki community, of course. The Digital Public Library of America was responsible for the View It tool rollout. Wikimedia Portugal set up various events to raise awareness on this program. And then you can see, of course, several Wikimedia Foundation's teams. I am a member of the Structured Data one, which was the owner of most products. Image suggestions wouldn't be there without the key joint work with the research team, who built the prototype algorithms that we refined and put into production. And no product could have seen the light without the extensive collaboration with Search, Data Engineering, Android, Growth, and Glenn. Okay, now let's have a quick look at tangible products that made their way through Wikimedia projects. So they're all in production. Media Search. Media Search is now the default search engine interface on Commons and is essentially a modern image search. It has increased search sessions by 50%. It's extensible and can be plugged into other Wikimedia projects. For instance, it's also available on Visual Editor and Portuguese Wikinews. Then we have search improvements that landed on the special search page of 7 pilot Wikipedias, namely Catalan, Dutch, Hungarian, Indonesian, Norwegian, Portuguese, and Russian. They give a fresh look to the rather old-fashioned search page and enable more discoverable content, especially on small wikis, also thanks to more accessible connections to sister projects. Let's just mention the View tool here and stay tuned for later. Dominic will give more details on it. Data pipelines are the fundamental pieces of infrastructure to let structured data flow across Wikimedia projects, and I'll dig deeper in the next part of this session. Data pipelines enable the development of end-user products that suggest images for addition to Wikipedia articles. The first one was built by the Growth team at the Wikimedia Foundation and targets Wikipedia newcomers. It's live on Arabic, Bengali, Czech, Farsi, French, Portuguese, Spanish, and Turkish Wikipedias. And as of April 2023, we counted more than 41,000 images added and not reverted through this tool. That's a pretty much amazing result. Besides newcomers, we also send weekly image suggestions to experienced contributors through eco notifications. Users that meet certain expertise criteria can regularly receive notifications like this one in the screenshot. And so far, this tool led to the addition of more than 2,000 images. The set of pilot Wikipedias that got search improvements also got this tool available. Okay, cool. Let's move now on to the next part of the session, which will zoom into some details of the data pipelines. Okay, let's take a breath and maybe have a drop of your favorite beverage. I'm absolutely addicted to Japanese green tea, cold brew, in a beer glass actually, but it doesn't matter. All right, so what's the idea behind a data pipeline? The Wikimedia Foundation's machines hold so much data that it has literally become a lake. We at ESDO made several scuba dives into this huge data lake and built pieces of infrastructure that carry what we need to feed our products. I'm typically referring to image suggestions, but I think it's important to mention here that we could build way more applications driven by data pipelines outputs. So before image suggestions, let's first talk about section topics. You'll later see that this data pipeline serves as one of the inputs for section level image suggestions. But please keep in mind that there's a whole lot of other opportunities that could leverage the section topics dataset. Such a complex project is better explained by an example. Here's what we call a section topic, which is essentially a piece of data. And let's consider the English Wikipedia article about Attila, the Han Emperor. And more specifically, this section titled Solitary Kingship, you can see on the top of the slide. Among all the blue wiki links that you can see in this section, we picked this one in green, boxed with green color, about a member of the Roman army. And we call the corresponding Wikidata item that you can see at the bottom of the slide a section topic. A section topic comes with a score telling us how relevant is that topic with respect to the rest of the article content. Okay, so now just imagine that this scales up to all wiki links available in all sections of all articles of all Wikipedia language editions, and there you go, the section topics data pipeline. So without too many technical details, let's see how this data pipeline roughly works. It takes as input the raw wiki text of all Wikipedias and the Wikidata item page links, which are two datasets that live in the data lake. The first step is to gather the content of top-level sections through a Wikitext parser. A lot of effort goes then into filtering sections that are not good candidates for relevant topics. We'd like to let machines read as much unstructured text as possible here. So we focus on textual sections and typically skip tables and lists. The core part is the extraction of wiki links together with their mapping to Wikidata items. So what we call these section topics. But many wiki links, such as dates and years, typically are not really meaningful, so we may want to filter them out as well. As a side note, filters are completely optional, so we can reproduce, we can generate a full raw data set for hungrier data consumers like you. The final step is then to compute the relevant score of every topic to enable a ranking of section topics. Okay, that's it. Now let's move on to the next data pipeline and let's have a closer look at the core infrastructure that is responsible for image suggestions. Meet Alice and Slice. Alice stands for article level image suggestions, while Slice is section level image suggestions. The goal behind both of them is very simple: to recommend images for Wikipedia articles and sections that don't have one. The main data sources we leverage are Commons images, of course, Wikidata and Wikipedias. First, let's understand how Alice works through an example. On the left of this slide, we have an English Wikipedia article about a genus of fishes with no images. This is a suitable candidate for illustration, right? The corresponding Wikidata item at the top of this slide holds an image property that links to the Commons image you can see on the right, this fish. Cool. That's one good signal for us to suggest that image. And well, it turns out we're also lucky enough to have the same image of the same fish appearing as a lead image in the Catalan Wikipedia article, which is the equivalent to the English one we have. So the signal here for a relevant suggestion gets even stronger. And we're definitely confident enough to go for that fish image and suggest it to the initial English Wikipedia article. I hope that the previous example has shed enough light on the mechanism behind Alice. And let's zoom now in a little bit more. Relevant image connections come from two Wikidata properties, image, P31, and commons categories, P373. As you have seen, another signal stems from Wikipedia lead images. And finally, this isn't mentioned in the example, but we also use the picked statements from the Structured Data on Commons project. So the first obvious step of the pipeline is to gather all image candidates from Commons that match the given connections. Then we assign a relevant score depending on the connection. Namely, Wikidata images get the best score. Commons categories and Wikipedia lead images follow, while the picked statements are the least strong connection. This is according to a manual evaluation we made. And finally, we collect Wikipedia articles that don't have an image and match them against all images for suggestion. Okay, after alias, we have slice, section level image suggestions. This is definitely the most complex project, but also the most interesting one in my opinion. So let's describe it again with an example. On the left of this slide, you can see an English Wikipedia candidate section about the design of boomboxes. This section contains a wiki link to Sharp, which maps to the Sharp Corporation section topic, as explained before. And this topic, or Wikidata item, links to the Sharp Corporation's Commons category. And there we go. Here's an image suggestion. A set of boomboxes called Ghetto Blasters. Moreover, it turns out that the equivalent article section in the Japanese Wikipedia also contains the same image. Great! It's an intersection of signals, and this suggestion looks like a very relevant slice then. And so we send it to the section, to the initial candidate section. Now, let's take a closer look at the machinery behind slice. We leverage two principal algorithms, section alignment and section topics. So, given a language and a Wikipedia article section, the former retrieves images that already exist in the corresponding section of other languages, while the latter takes the section's wiki links and looks up images that are connected to them via several properties, typically Wikidata ones. So the connections are the same as Alice, except the picked statements, which were not useful enough for this purpose. Okay, but let's see what's section alignment. So section alignment is based on a machine learning system that automatically aligns equivalent section titles across Wikipedia language editions. All we have to do is to extract section images from all Wikipedias and then combine them with the alignments to output image suggestions. The section topics algorithm first take as input the section topics data pipeline's output, and the goal here is to build a visual representation of wiki links in Wikipedia article sections. So we achieve so by following two paths. The first starts from a wiki link and traverses the corresponding Wikidata item down to the commons image that stems from the Wikidata image property. The second one instead just looks up the Wikipedia article's lead image from a given wiki link. So it's important to note here that we apply these paths to both the wiki link and the article it belongs to. This is to ensure that the suggested image is both related to the wiki link and its article, thus ensuring relevance of a suggestion. Fantastic. That's all for me, folks. I really hope you enjoyed these parts of the session. Now I'm gonna pass it over to Giovanna, but of course, let's not forget proper attribution to the images I used in my presentation. So you can see the attributions here. Cheers, have fun.
Hi everyone, hello. My name is Giovanna Fontenelle. I am a promoter for the Cultural Heritage team at the Wikimedia Foundation. And for the past few years, our team has been involved with shared data related initiatives in order to engage cultural heritage materials on the Wikimedia projects. And our objective, together with members of the shared data team present here in this presentation today, as well as some others working with related projects in the foundation, is to support and increase image usage across the projects, as well as structure Wikimedia to reach global communities. And among the projects that we supported as the Cultural Heritage team was first the shared data on commons for GLAM institutions, in which we provided better guidelines on how to use shared data for cultural heritage materials. And we also enhanced the related documentation pages on Wikimedia Commons, such as the shared data on commons pages on Wikimedia Commons, and started a more extensive discussion around the usage and the modeling of different metadata, but primarily, especially the depicts and its references and qualifiers. In order to populate the, at the time, new media search and make the materials more findable, searchable, and available through search and the Wikimedia Commons query service. In this first moment that I just described, the Digital Public Library of America, DPLA, participated very actively and continued to engage on these activities that I just described. And they do that even to this day with some other funded projects since. And they did that as one of the biggest Wikimedia Commons contributors and as an institution that really wanted to make its files more findable online too. And I will not talk about this project more because Dominic, the one responsible for this project in this presentation, is presenting next about the PLA and also about the View It tool, which we also help to provide guidelines while developing. And similar to the PLA, our team also supported OpenRefine in its funded project, and the goal for that was to develop the addition of data on Wikimedia Commons functionalities in OpenRefine, launching a new version of the tool, which was already vastly used by cultural institutions, even to add metadata to Wikidata already. And with this project, the tool could finally be used for adding metadata to the images on Wikimedia Commons, making them more findable on Wiki, especially on search and on Wikipedia. This point that I just described, being more findable on Wikipedia, is the key here in this presentation today. Usually, cultural and heritage institutions want to contribute to Wikimedia not only to achieve their education, preservation, and outreach goals, but also to have their content more findable, accessible, and available online. Projects such as image suggestions by the Shared Data Across Wikimedia team and the Newcomer Experience pilot from the Grow team aim to achieve just that, making media files more findable and connected across projects, especially on Wikipedia, using structured data. Our team also participated in the Newcomer Experience pilot by organizing what we call the hashtag #OnePic1Art events with Wikimedia Argentina, Wikimedia Chile, and Wikimedia Mexico, in which GLAM professionals helped to test if the add an image feature was an iterative way of adding images to Wikipedia articles. The feature also use structured data and other information to offer customized suggestion, and also added image descriptions, which was very important for our team. The initiative happened on Wikimedia in Spanish with cultural and heritage topics, as well as topics related to those countries. And finally, back again with the shared data across Wikimedia team, we organized one event to test the email suggestion notifications on Wikipedia in Portuguese. The idea here was to offer images as suggestions to be added in articles, and it was aimed at more experienced users. The event was organized by us, both teams, and with Wiki Editoras LX and Wikimedia Portugal. And it was about women and music. So we only added images to articles in Portuguese with those topics. So biographies of women with related to music. And I will not talk more about this because Sofia Matias from Wikimedia Portugal will talk more about it. And that's it for me. Here is my contact info. Thank you so much.
My name is Dominic Birdman. Devitt, I'm the data and partnership strategist for DPLA. So just some quick background. And first of all, what is DPLA? So Digital Public Library of America is a nonprofit member network that aggregates digital collections for over 4,000 contributing cultural institutions in the United States. So it's essentially a search portal for searching across all of the libraries and museums and archives in the United States. Since the start of 2020, we have launched what we call our digital asset pipeline to Wikimedia. Just a quick summary of what we've accomplished so far since 2020. DPLA is now the single biggest kind of contributor to Wikimedia Commons. So we have uploaded over 3.7 million files to Wikimedia Commons, generated 250 million page views. There are over 300 contributing institutions across the United States. And as part of this, it's not just an upload project, but we've actually developed technology for synchronizing continually over time the metadata for the files that we provide. And that's what I want to talk about more. This synchronization project makes use of structured data on Commons. And so in addition to those 3.7 million uploads, I took a look today, and our bot account has actually made over 15 million other edits because we're constantly adding new metadata and updating the existing structured data statements. So that represents about 50 to 100 million structured data statements. It's kind of hard to tell because we're kind of maxing out what the query service can actually handle. The technology we developed uses Wikimedia database queries. So I use Quarry for that. And the code for the bot is written in Python using PyWikibot. And on Wiki, it relies on Lua-based templates to display the metadata, which I will show you right now. I have some tabs queued up, so I'm going to go through and just kind of quickly walk you through how the structured data part of this project works. So this is an individual file upload. It comes from one of our partner institutions, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, uploaded through our hub, the Northwest Digital Heritage, which is the regional hub for the states of Oregon and Washington. And so you see here, as you expect under Wikimedia Commons pages, all of the data that we upload along with the image, and it comes from the catalogers, from the source institution. When I look at the structured data tab, you'll see all of this data is actually represented as structured data statements. For each statement, we use a qualifier that says that this data was determined by a GLAM institution at its website. We provide a reference for every single DPLA originating statement that uses the DPLA catalog as the reference URL. And the reason for that is whenever we make changes, we only will change things that are supposed to exactly match what's the current state of DPLA's catalog. So this allows, using the reference statement like this allows the Wikimedia community to make changes to any of the structured data for a given DPLA upload, and we're not going to mess with it or override it in any way. So this is what this one file looks like represented entirely, all the descriptive metadata represented as structured data statements. And one of the goals of this project and what this has allowed us to do, which I'll show you, is to be able to actually reflect, make changes to the structured data, which allows us to easily detect changes when we have something out of sync in the catalog. We just compare values across the two sources from the DPLA API. We make those changes, and they're immediately reflected in the actual wiki text of the page once we've finished migrating all the templates. But this is showing you the ideal case here. So if I hit edit at the top of the page here, you'll see what I mean, which is that that all of the text that you're seeing there, all the data that you're seeing there was actually generated live on the fly from the actual structured data on Commons. Okay, so this is View It. It's another tool that I made with together with my partners, Kevin and Jamie. This was our team. And the goal of View It is to provide browsers, readers, and editors of Wikimedia projects easy access to all of the images on Wikimedia Commons representing the topics that they're actually looking at. So they're not limited to just what editors of an article have curated for that image. And the idea of this really comes out of the fact that structured data and depict statements in particular allow us to have draw these relationships where we can be looking at an article and know through the technology all of the images that are tagged on Commons as depicting that subject. So to start off with, this is the tool documentation lives on MetaWiki. You can go to meta.wikimedia.org and search for View It tool. It is a user script, which means at this point you need to be logged into an account, and you would add it using the very simple instructions there, just copying and pasting to a page to add the code to your account. And what you will get will be a set of tools and links on your page when you're viewing Wikimedia projects that will let you see more images than you normally see. So this is a quick screenshot. I'm going to quickly walk you through what that looks like in practice. So here we have the View It tool page on Meta. I've gone through, I've installed the script using the instructions here, and I'm going to show you what that looks like on some pages. So you can read through the article to see a lot of images that the editors have selected, or you could, if you're wanting to just see the images right away, or the reason you're looking up the topic is to see pictures of that thing, View It showing the images at the top will provide you really easy access. You can expand it, like I already had before, for a little more real estate devoted to the images there. What these images represent are images on Commons that either depict mangroves, meaning they have a depict statement in their structured data in which the value is the Wikidata item that's linked to the Wikipedia article for mangrove, or are in the Commons category that is also linked as the category for mangrove from its Wikidata item. And so that's data being pulled live from the API. There's also the View It tool adds this new view tab to the top of the page. If you click that, it will give you an actual like full page gallery, and which will infinitely scroll for images of this subject. So I pulled up here the James Whitcomb Riley Museum home, which is a museum about a mile from my home, and also one that is one of the participating institutions in the DPLA project I was just talking about, and its collections have been uploaded. So here you can see it's a little bit of a shorter article. It has one main image and a few in a gallery. I noticed as I read this that View It is showing me all of these images at the top that are historical photos, including some of the interior. None of the articles in the image as I came up to it have any photos of the interior yet, even though as I read it, I could see that there is actual text on the page. If you can't read that, it says the interior woodwork is all hand-carved solid hardwood. So there's text on the page that relates to the interior of this building. So what I want to show you here is also how View It is useful for editors. So when I hit edit, you'll see all of the images in the top now have little copy to clipboard icons. So it allows me to just quickly go to the one I want. I'm going to choose one that shows this interior woodwork. So I'm going to click on this one, just that copy button, and go to where I want to put it. And I'm just going to paste it in there. It went down to the bottom because of this info box. I'm going to move it to the left, caption there, and publish. I've done this completely live, entirely using View It, and made the save.
Thank you all for joining the sessions. It's lunchtime now, so see you back here at 2:15.
Work. There's something around, so hello, good morning. Does this work now? Does this work now? Is everything all right? Oh, perfect, perfect. When do I go live? Or am I live? I don't even know. Hmm. Let's see. Oh, does this mean I'm live? Okay, yeah. Perfect, thank you. Ready to start. Does that mean I'm live? I guess I am. Good morning, everybody, because it's morning here where I am in Sweden. I just saw that you had lunch, so we have quite a bit of a time difference. No problem. My name is Alicia Fagerving. I work at Wikimedia Sverige, the Swedish chapter of the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm here to talk about structured data on commons, especially in the context of Wiki Loves Monuments and Wiki Loves Earth competitions, because this is an area that I have been working with for quite a while. Now, a tiny second. I'm going to share my screen, the obligatory thing. Instead of a boring presentation, I have prepared an Etherpad notebook with a summary of what I'm talking about and with all the links to the resources I'm going to show. I'm dropping the link to it in the chat in Zoom. I'm not sure how this works with streaming on several platforms. So I hope the people in charge are able to share it on screen in your local chats with others. So let's get started. As I said, I have been working with Wikimedia Commons and with structured data for quite a while, and they're especially focusing on the many hundreds of thousands of photos that the community over the years has contributed to the Wikiloves competitions. And I apologize, I woke up with a bit of a sore throat, so I have to disappoint you, I do not always sound this attractive. And when we have this many photos from so many countries, then it gets more and more important to describe them in ways that make it possible for people to find them and to use them. The traditional way on Wikimedia Commons, of course, is to write descriptions and to put photos in categories. But this is not really the optimal solution. For example, if someone writes a description of a photo in English, then someone who will be searching using search terms in German or Japanese or Russian will not be able to find them. So we can have a lot of photos of the same thing, for example, of the same church that use completely different file names and completely different descriptions. Some people maybe do not put the photos in the right categories, and then they are even harder to find. A couple years ago, this new infrastructure was added to Wikimedia Commons called structured data, which attempts to improve the situation and make the files a bit easier to understand and find. And when we compare structured data with traditional free text descriptions, then we can see, I will show in a little moment, that the structured data format makes the data possible to understand by machines. So it's easier to understand by search engines. It's easier to understand for programmers who write the software that uses this photo. If we look at an example of a photo, in this case from Wikiloves Monuments in Slovenia, we can see it is in a category that in this case identifies this particular church. It is also in other categories like defining its origin, that defines its copyright, that says it is from Wikiloves Monuments 2021 in Slovenia, and so on. We have a description, which in this case is in Slovenian. We have an identifier of this particular church in the Slovenian Cultural Heritage Database. We have date, and we have the license and the name of the author. And every file on Wikimedia Commons has not only this file information tab, but also a structured data tab. In this case, this photo has some structured data. We see what it depicts, which is what I will be focusing on in this presentation. And we also have some information about who took it, what the license is in a machine-readable format. We see that the uploader took the photo themselves. We have the date. We have the place where it was taken. And here, instead of categories, images from Wikiloves Monuments, blah, 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 we have these linked data items. And the core of structured data on Commons is Wikidata. We can see that when we click on this. We go to the Wikidata items of this particular church, and from it, we can learn more things about this particular church. One advantage of this connection between Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata is that we can take advantage of the multilingual aspect of Wikidata. Here, this particular church has the labels in both English and Slovenian. Now, let's say I will remove these depict statements quickly and show you what happens when I try to add this statement using the Slovenian label, even though my interface here on Commons is in English. When I write something here in this field, it automatically searches Wikidata for me. So even if I only know what this church is called in Slovenian, then I can add it. The reason why I focus on depict statements, of course, is that learning what is in the photo is, I guess, the most important thing that you would want to do with so many thousands of images from Wikilas monuments. Another advantage of this is, for example, when people edit Wikipedia articles and they use the visual editor to add a photo to the article, then directly in the visual editor in the Wikipedia article, they can search for the name of the church in any of the languages that the church has labels on Wikidata, and they can find that photo that way. So even if they do not know what this church is called in Slovenian, they can search in English and the other way around. I have dropped some links here. If you want to learn more about depict statements, you can read more about it in the documentation. It says here that, well, in May 2022, so that was over a year ago, there were 8 million files with depict statements. Today, there are already 13 millions. And in total, Wikimedia Commons has 96 million files. So there is still quite a bit to do. If we look at this particular photo again, and if we look at the structured data statements, you will see that a lot of this information can be automatically extracted from the file information, such as who took the photo and when it was taken, and so on. We have some very helpful, very talented Wikimedians who have written bots that automatically crawl newly uploaded photos and convert this basic information to structured data statements. So you don't have to do it. You don't have to add it to your photos yourself. What about depict statements? Because in this particular case, we have a Wikilas Monuments template, Cultural Heritage Slovenia, which uniquely identifies this particular church in the Register of Cultural Heritage of Slovenia. And when we look at the Wikidata item of the church, scroll, it does have this corresponding ID number. So you can write a little program or a little script that parses this information in the wiki text, looks up if there is a Wikidata item with a corresponding ID, and adds it automatically as structured data. You can do that, and I have done that. I have worked with a number of countries and their Wikidas monuments photos. But of course, this has two prerequisites. First of all, you need to have this template. There are many countries have templates like this with uniquely identifying ID numbers. And of course, you need to have a Wikidata item with the same number. But of course, as I said, if these prerequisites are not fulfilled, then I will not be able to do this automatically. And that's why I think it's great if more people learn about SDC so they can work on it on their own. If you're interested in finding commons photos with particular depicts, there are some. There is this very, very nice tool, structured search, that I really like. Let's find all items that depict kittens, which is, of course, I did something, of course. That depict kittens. I really like this. And there is also a way to quick and dirty search in structured data directly in the search bar in Wikimedia Commons using the has WB statement search string. I want to find photos that have the wiki-based statement P180, which is the property depicts with a particular Wikidata item, which I honestly don't remember what it was. So let's try it out. I go to the search and paste it. Yes, it is a particular church in Finland. I can also combine the search with a particular category. I want to search in the category images from Wikidas Monuments 2017 in Finland. And here I negate the has wiki-based statement depicts. It's negated, so I want to find images in this category that do not have any depicts. Let's see how it works out. Yes, in the category for Wikidas Monuments 2017 in Finland, there is over 130 photos that do not have depict statements. So I can start working on them immediately. See? Perfect. And save. While we're at the topic of Wiki Loves Monuments competitions in particular years, then you can also see that these photos are tagged with participant in. And here we have both Wiki Loves Monuments 2017, that is, the photo is part of the huge Wiki Loves Monuments competition that year, but also more specifically, the particular edition in Finland. These are Wikidata items. And you can see that this requires that the Wiki Loves competition exists on Wikidata. It's part of the big Wiki Loves Monuments competition, and so on and so on. this is also something that I have been working on adding automatically to photos from Wikilabs monuments in several countries. And when you do have that, that opens up possibilities for some interesting Sparkle searches, because the structured data on Commons infrastructure, since it's all linked data statements that work the same way as Wikidata, it can also be searched using Sparkle. The Wikimedia Commons Query Service is still in beta, and I'm pretty sure you have to log in with your account to actually use it. And let's run this search quickly. Oh, it worked just an hour ago. Well, that was unfortunate. Why doesn't it work? Oh, yeah, it sometimes pick up. That was very unfortunate. Let's see if we can find another one that will work. No. The table subscribe. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure this worked exactly an hour ago. But what this is supposed to do is to find all the photos that are tagged with participating in Wikilabs competitions in different years, and then taking their geographical coordinates. I don't think this photo has geographical coordinates, but a lot of photos do also have geographical coordinates in structured data. Not this one, maybe this one. Yes. So this is also imported by a bot from the Wikitext. Of course, you don't have to add this automatically if the photo already has it. But well, yeah, coordinates are a typical thing that you want to have as machine-readable structured data. So check up on the time. I started talking about finding photos that do not have the picked statements. Here are some other tricks. We have this big category, images from Wikilabs monuments missing SDC depicts. Files are added to this category automatically. There's 1,700,000 photos. So just opening this is not very helpful, because obviously you're not familiar with the monuments in all the countries that have participated. But using PET-scan, we can combine this category with a smaller country-specific category. Here is an example of such a search. What do I do in here? Just a tiny moment. Make it a little bigger. I search on Wikimedia Commons for an intersection of images from Wikilabs monuments missing SDC depicts and images from Wikilabs monuments in Finland. I will bring this category up. This category in itself doesn't contain any photos. It's divided in the particular, split in particular year editions, and that's why I use the depth one to crawl it. And I also have to remember to click in the correct namespace file. I usually forget it for the first time, and then I wonder why I do not get any result. You always have to remember to click in it if you actually want to search for files on Commons. And we have a much more manageable number of files, 1,000, just from Finland, which is not a very big country, but it has produced a lot of very, very lovely photos for the competition. Okay, so let's say you want to start working on adding the big thing to these photos. One way that I have showed, doing one file at a time, and editing and adding Wikidata items. That's a bit slow, but nice to just have something to do. If you're bored and you have no life, I'm just kind of thinking about myself and getting a bit sad. But there are also more efficient ways of doing that. Several tools that I myself use and that I have listed here. Again, created by very talented, very helpful, very beautiful people. There is an SDC tool script created by our favorite software creator, Magnus Manske. You add it to your common JavaScript file. I have an example of you reach it by going through your user page, common.js, and here is the line that I have added to enable this tool in my settings. And what does it look like? Here now in the lower right corner, I got this little tab, Structured Data on Commons tagger. I clicked on it. I know that these photos do not have the big statement because I looked at them previously. So I select a couple of them. I want to add the big statements. I can also select some other commonly used properties. Oh, yes. And here I can search for data items, and it detected that, I guess, from the category name. That is this building in Tampere. I want to do this. Do I want to do this? Yes. I'm editing, I think, I hope, yes. I go to my contributions, and we can see that I have edited a number of files this way. Perfect. There's another tool that is quite similar, that is called ACDC, created by Lukas Werkmeister. I also like it because apart from being very convenient, it's also very pretty. It is a gadget, so you enable it in your preferences. On the help page that I have linked there, there is a detailed description on how to start using it. You can load the whole category of files and add the picked statement to them. We have about 15, 14 minutes left. I know we started a bit late, so I want to take the entirety of the 40 minutes. Sometimes you're in a mood for something a bit more fun. There are some tools that employ gamification. So you get suggestions for files to edit the picture. I will log in with it. Yes, thank you. Let me see. Oh, here it is. There are some challenges, which are like topical, thematic projects, like little campaigns, like depict all cheeses or depict all female politicians from India. And they are created like using combinations of categories. And of course, this is gamification. So if you're really bored, you can get more points than other people who are less bored. I want to do churches. I want to do churches in my home city. Oh, it even says I created it. There you go. I clicked on start. It's loading. It's I hope. Oh, and it's already done. Well, this didn't really, nothing's working as I wanted to be. Let's do churches somewhere else. In Canada. I can do churches in Canada. There's probably quite a lot of those. And there are no more items to process. Well, that was, let's just start one more and then we will give up on it. Tourist attractions. Let's go. Oh, here it is. We have a photo. I can click on it and I can check it out on Common. It's from Brazil. It depicts a beautiful mountain, and based on the category, I think, category Moro de Castello, it asks whether this hill in Valle do Patti is depicted. And yes, it's most probably this. Is it depicting this image? Yes. Oh, I see it's going for the whole category. Let's stop this before I do something really stupid with things in Brazil. But we can go that it works. Another tool that is that can be used for creating competitions or campaigns or just having fun is the ISA tool. Also a gamification engagement tool where you can load a number of files and ask people to participate and depict statements to them. Let's see, here is a campaign from Puerto Rico. It takes a couple seconds to start. There's a file, and we can see that it already has a depict statement. But you can also add, you can search directly on Wikidata, or you could skip it and go to another photo. And here we can see that people have, oh yes, I will zoom in, absolutely, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I have a big screen, so it's not always easy to see, to know what other people see. And here at at Wikimedia Sweden, we are experimenting with using the ISA tools in editathons with beginners, so with people who are not familiar with Wikimedia Commons or with Wikidata. And then we kind of want to throw them in at the deep end and teach them about SDC and Wikidata and get them started with it using the ISA tool. I really like it. I think it is user-friendly. And I think this is a lot of fun to use. And let's just see. Yes, and finally, if you are really interested in, what should I say, power editing, there is a software tool called OpenRefine, which is, I guess if you're a power user of Wikidata, you might already be familiar with it. People use OpenRefine a lot to work with large amounts of data on Wikidata. But recently, well, about a year ago already, a functionality was added to OpenRefine to work with structured data on Wikimedia Commons. There is really enough of time for me to show in detail how it works. You can either install OpenRefine on your own computer, but it's also available on Pulse, which is an online server with software that you can use directly in your web browser, logging in with your Wikimedia account. And I will try to demonstrate it really, really quickly how I start working with Wikimedia Commons files and with structured data using OpenRefine. And that assuming loads. What I'm going to do, I have a small list of files from, I have a small list of Wikimedia Commons files that I collected this morning, which are missing the picked statements. And I'm going to create a very, very tiny project. This is a list of file names. I start by reconciling them with Wikimedia Commons. That is, I tell OpenRefine to convert this list of file names into links to actual files on Wikimedia Commons. Here it is. I can now click and look on this file. Let's say I want to start by extracting existing depict statements from them. I can use OpenRefine to download structured data from Wikimedia Commons. Here it is. I want to fetch their depicts. And it's not going to say find anything. Nope, because they do not have any depicts. So, yep. Oh yeah, I just got, I'm just going to do it very, 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 very quickly. I'm going to insert just one of them. This is a part that I already know it has a data item. I reconcile with data. Then I very quickly go to edit the schema for Wikimedia Commons. I say this file should have depicts this. And I say, please upload this. There we go. I go to Commons. I look at my contributions. And here it is. I added a depict statement using OpenRefine. When I work with large amounts of files, I have much larger data sets than I can do at 1,000 edits at a time. I hope you found this useful. You can refer to this Etherpad for links to all the stuff that I have shown. I have absolutely no idea if there's anyone out there, if you liked it, but you can always shoot me an email. Yeah, thank you. It's so weird. It's just so weird. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for technical help. And yeah.
country? You can show by hand. No one? Online? Okay. Then it's good you're here. You can hear about what we are doing. And then re-strategize, add some to your program plans for next year. And let's see your rich culture from your respective countries. So yes, we're glad you're here. So the Wiki Loves Folklore started by recognition of Wiki Loves Love, basically to celebrate events that is related to love activities, anything that makes anyone excited, anything that brings families together, union, etc. And in 2020, we changed the name to Folklore because the Wiki Loves Love was quite restricted to few artifacts or things, but the folklore aspect kind of like has more expansion and more scope than the love aspect. And we realized that there are diverse of festivals, diverse cultures happening everywhere, which is linked to togetherness, linked to love, linked to unity. So the name changed in 2020 as Wiki Loves Folklore. And yes, it's an international photographic competition where we get images onto commons, images relating to tangible and intangible heritage, image relating to your culture, image relating to your food, dance, drink, anything that represents your culture. And that is the beauty of it, because we're able to see what's happening in Nepal, we're able to see what's happening in Mexico, Uruguay, amongst others. And this alone helps us to be able to channel all efforts onto the Wikipedia platform, that is to improve upon missing images that are not there, exactly what the Wikipedia pages wanting photos also does, able to link these photos that we have put on Commons to respective articles. And we've been doing this with a lot of local members as well as affiliates. So as I emphasized, the focus of the theme has to do with culture, region, dance, music, instruments, festivals, rituals, activities, games, cuisine, folklore, tradition, and tales, stories. So this actually allows us or gives room for us to have most of the documentation done via audio, because some of the people you may meet who are probably practicing a particular tradition have history of it in an oral form, but not like written or documented anywhere. So we would love to also have the audios covered, as well as the type of music that are being played, which is not even known anywhere, but is practiced when probably there's a particular festival happening. You can record those videos and audios and then share as well. All these run as part of the competition. And our campaign is scheduled for 1st of every February, every year, from the 1st of February to the 31st of March. So even as you embark on your journey home or anywhere, if there's any occasion that has to do with folk activities, you can start taking your images, you can gather them, and then you can try to upload it within the window of the campaign. We have wonderful prizes where we channel it into vouchers or your preference. So we have awards given at the international level, and we also encourage organizers to organize event awards on the local level as well, so as to increase the participation, the interest, etc. And then if your country is fortunate to have that dual award opportunity, then that's great. We usually also send postcards, certificates, and we give the top uploaders also, we give some categories because we realize that we don't, it's not always ideal to just give like the top 3, but then there were some people who also put some effort, although their pictures or videos, they did not cut through the first 3 positions. So now this is where I need you to kindly take notes. As an incoming contributor or participant for 2024, we'll be happy to have you note all these requirements down so that you can communicate it effectively with your respective communities. And before I go into this, I wanted to clarify that there's been a lot of discussion on what folklore means in different countries. Probably it's not called folklore in your country. In Spain, they have celebrations and activities as such called the Falles, Falles. And it's actually similar to what is being done anywhere. India has a lot of activities regarding folklore, and they also term it as folklore. So after these sessions, we will get in touch with everybody to find out what this means in your country, so that if you would have to communicate it as such to your community to let them know that, oh, okay. So I realized something got dark. So if there's something that there's a name that helps you resonate well with your community for them to have that interest to participate, then we can have Wikilove's Folklore under the theme or under the sub-name, whatever is being described in your community. So the Falles group would have Wikilove's Folklore, but then the emphasis is on the fact that it's related to Falles, so that it communicates with the respective community and it attracts them to participate, because that name has different meanings, and it's been quite a struggle for people to understand if they should participate or not. So it's important for us to ensure that we are logged into Wikimedia Commons, likewise your community. It's important to ensure that the images are using the right upload link on the project page, because sometimes people start their campaign and because they don't have the project pages, it's difficult for us to track the images that were gathered within that period. And then the template is going to be Wikilove's Folklore 2024, and the category is going to be images from Wikilove's Folklore 2024 on Wikimedia Commons. We also have to ensure that your community is well abreast with the types of licensing that is being attached to it, because irrespective of how good your photo may look, if it does not fit in the right category or licensing, it's going to be a problem, and you are not going to cut through to the final round of selection. And then most importantly, the image should be under the Wikimedia Commons project scope, because yesterday we were talking about the UNESCO, rules and guidelines that we have to, take particular attention on, and we realized that most of these Wikilove's activities or campaigns, there is a project scope that has been defined, but then when you are going through the images, you realize that whatever is supposed to be put in there, so for example, if we're supposed to see images of buildings, then all of a sudden we see images of food, which is not part of the campaign. But Wikilove's Folklore has a broad range of theme, that is the food, the cuisine, the dance, etc. Just try and make sure that it falls within that category. When you do this, you're going to help both the organizers, both the jury members to have a very smooth transition to give the great results at the right time. And you are not going to also burden the organizers by cleaning up the things that could have been prevented. So it's very important that if you want to start this campaign, you communicate effectively to your communities or respective individuals who are interested to ensure that their images fall in line with the scope of the project. And some of the checklists too that we love to share is that you have to note that copyrighted images are not uploaded during the contest. Images preferred we prefer images with the EXIF data. Images must be properly categorized as we have shared. Images must not have any watermark. The images must not be excessively processed and digitally altered. Pornographic and explicit images are not appreciated. But like I said, yes, that is quite funny. But like I said, the word folklore means differently to different cultures. So for some people, it's an art, it's an act. So they'll feel like, okay, this is what we do. But in as much as that is what you do, it doesn't fall in place with what we accept. And then, like I mentioned, the image must not be out of scope. We're also glad to share that over the period of 5 years, all the green marks shows that these countries, individuals have participated. It's not the user community or the user group. They are individuals who are around the world. So looking at your respective countries, if you haven't run the campaign, we're happy to share with you that there are individuals in your country who are actually participating in the campaign. So they are waiting for their community leaders to open up the floor and engage them so that they can also have some national awards for the amazing photos they've been sharing. So if your country is part here, I think you can clap for yourself. And then note that there is more room for improvement. There are only very few countries that have not ever participated. Very, very few. We have Greenland, we have Libya, and a few others. So this aspect of our presentation has to do with the linkage that we have with the feminist aspect of the campaign. Because when you look at the format of Wikilab's like folklore activities in various countries, there are a lot of women who actually participate in these activities. There are a lot of women who write the fairy tales. There are a lot of women who actually have, like, they sing, they have the music background, they make cuisines, etc. But they are still not known. And for this reason, we decided to have the Feminism and Folklore, which looks at gathering all these women together, getting their knowledge, and then trying as much as possible to put them on Wikipedia as well. So we're taking photos of these heritage and non-heritage sites, as well as the individuals who are making creative designs and folk activities which are not seen. So it's more like a 2-in-1 contest, and that means that it also has 2-in-1 awards. So if you're very much interested in the feminism aspect, you can actually choose where you want to participate. If you think your country has much interest in writing about women or linking images to respective women's pages which are not yet on Wikipedia, you can also delve here. And if you think that your community is very interested in the photography as well as the writing aspect, you can also add this as well. And we'll be very happy to engage with you if you have any questions, if you have any challenges, because we have had interactions with people and they have shared some challenges and also some wrong perceptions that they had about how the campaign is run, etc. We'll be happy to answer those questions and bring you on board. Like I said, everyone leaving this room is going to go out there excited to run Wikilove's Folklore / Feminism and Folklore 2024. Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm George from Moldova. I saw the country, my country on the map as green, although I don't think anyone from Moldova has ever looked at these photos to verify them. So the question is, what are the filters to, for the organizers to know that the tradition that is being displayed is not a hoax?
Okay. Regarding your country, like indicating that there's been some representation, I would say that when we use the tool Forge, we ask people to use the category and state the country in which they are contributing from. And from that full tool Forge over the period, there has been individuals who have not, who have stated that they are from your country and participated from your country. Probably you do not know them, or they do not even know about your community. This happens to me a lot during my time with engagements with people. You meet people and they tell you that, oh, we know about Wikimedia Commons, we know about Wikipedia, but we don't want to be associated with any group. They want to contribute on their own. So I won't be surprised that there will be a number of people who are still participating, but they don't even know you exist. So that is why we want to encourage more advocacy, more media, more communication with people, so that we get those people on board as well. So yeah, I think Tyven answer the other question.
The question was more about the verification of validity of those.
Yes, he's going to answer that one. Verification of the images to ensure that they are not a hoax. The images fall within the category.
Okay.
The theme.
So every image that is uploaded during the Wikilove's Folklore campaign, it has the upload wizard has a drop down wherein the user can select the country from where they have uploaded or clicked the photograph of. That drop down automatically categorizes those images as per the country. So it can be images from Wikilove's Folklore in Armenia.
No.
It can be images from Wikilove's Folklore in India. So all these images get, categorized automatically via the upload wizard. And once this is done, the jury process are both. They are even local juries as well as there is an international jury. So in the international jury, all the images that are irrespective of the country, we evaluate every image, and if it is a national edition, they select and evaluate image of the same country. So that's the reason we are asking for more national participation of Wikilove's Folklore, so that we can have jury at the local level and prizes also at the local level, which can encourage users to upload the local culture from their country.
Okay. Okay, so about the image aspect, so the jury team are also informed about the type of images that we are looking out for, and then they review and check if like I was saying, that the image has been properly categorized, and then they also have to check the quality, and then they also have to check if there are any trademarks, because like you said, well, it could be a host, but it will be somehow difficult. But this is a good suggestion or good question that you are bringing on board that we would have to consider. But when it comes to scrutinizing every images that have been presented, we make sure that they fall within that category. If they don't make it through the next stage. Any more questions? I don't know if it's time. Is it time? Okay, if you don't have any question, I want to ask a question. Who is excited about it next year? Oh, you are? Okay, great. Who else? Who else is excited? At least if you want to be, share some, information with your community, that's great. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time. After the tea break, there's also another session here. We'll be happy to have you. Thank you.
upload now that we can see here at the right side of the screen are heavily inspired by the Wikiloves folklore campaign. Wikiloves cosplay basically aims to catch a very particular
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I am Tywin. I am the lead coordinator for the Wikiloves folklore campaign. And today we are here to know how we can organize various Wikiloves campaigns in your local country, in your local Wikipedia. So this presentation is like an inspiration for you and all the people watching us live that to start your own Wikiloves campaign. So with this, we start. How was the Wikiloves campaign started? Why was it started? So the Wikiloves campaign, the main focus of this was to improve the content from various focus areas. So it was like an can say the bridge to bring new contributors together and have outreach and awareness activities in the community. Also, it led to build connections and partnership regarding the themes that were with these Wikiloves campaigns. And through this, there was a community development, and so it was all started. And it started with Wikiloves Art in 2009 in New York, and then it went on with Wikiloves Monuments, Wikiloves Earth, and various other Wikiloves projects. So what are the essential plannings that needs to be done while having your own Wikiloves campaign. So first and foremost, planning is necessary in order to have your own Wikiloves campaign. There must be a focus area. The focus area is what you want to focus, in which is this thing which you want to gain attention of the users, and what is the gap that you need to fill. There must be some, can say, in order to have your own Wikiloves campaign, please start some small pilot projects which can be beneficial and helpful for identifying if there is any, can say, more, can say, the more preparation needed for going international or having it local. Keep your campaign in the objectives of the Wikimedia projects and various scope of the projects, such as if you are planning to have your own Wikiloves campaign on Wikimedia Commons, so please be aware of Wikimedia Commons project scope and what all can be uploaded to Wikimedia Commons and what is not allowed on Commons. Also, if there is any project that has to be conducted on Wikipedia, so please be aware of the notability guidelines and various local, can say, laws that are in force. Also have yourself familiar with various patterns and case studies that has been, can say, going on into this Wikisphere. Also have your online engagement campaigns and photo events. So this is the short link that has been provided. You can go to these links for more information. How can we plan during this process? In order to have a good planning, there needs to be good team, and the team must be diverse and not have any, can say, if this project you are planning to be international, then make sure that you have various users from various part of the world, so that they can know the local culture as well as what is happening on that wiki. The funding and the prizes, the various grant schedules, you need to be aware. You need to have some specific timelines for your project, so that there is a time frame wherein you can upload or write the articles or expand, or you can create various in other translations also. Reach out to various potential organizers, GLAMs, institutes, in order to have some authenticity and in order to encourage the communication between the Wikimedia projects and various GLAM institutions. Outreach activities. So what can be outreach activities? You need to promote your project on various social media sites, on various channels, pages, Instagram, as well as make some provisions to run some small advertisements on the social media, so that it will be beneficial. Promote the same in your community using the village pumps as well as various notice boards, and also it can be a personalized message or some sort of information on the user talk page, but it's recommended that you use some the village pumps, so that the user talk pages are not spam. You must have your own jury to evaluate and to bring out the various, can say, prizes for these Wikiloves campaigns. And during the campaign, what all is necessary? Keep promoting about your campaign through central notice, through mailing lists, village palms, social media, give some instructional, have some videos, have some categories wherein we can give to the users to upload their images, give some categories make some templates for them, and also you can create some talk pages templates which users can add to the talk pages, and that can be identified regarding your project. So once the the contest has started, please make sure that you continuously, if it's a comments contest, please make sure that you continuously keep on checking those images and check for copyright violations, as well as various other out of scope images, as well as the images that are not in your project scope. So please keep filtering out. Maintain have a regular review of the articles that are submitted during the project, and if it's on Wikipedia, please keep on seeing how the jury is working and how the quality of articles are being made. These are the possible outreach activities that one can take on. If it's a Wikimedia Commons based project, you can have photo walks, various events, you can have meetups, you can have community cafes wherein you can discuss about the project with your various community members, as well as the person who is interested. You can have editathons in which users can create articles on Wikipedia regarding that the contest that you have. Also, you can connect with organizers who are working, who have the potential, who are working in the same domain, so that you can connect and work together in a possible collaborative way. What needs to be done after the campaign is over? Please make sure that you are categorizing those images properly as per your project. Conduct the jury process in which you filter out all the unnecessary images that are there, and you only make sure that quality standards are abide for having jury process. Announce the winners and distribute the prizes. Submit the necessary grant reports as well as reports and to the community. Write a case study, blog post, and also there can be after event video wherein you can make and show about the impact of your project. Let's see some examples of some successful Wikiloves projects. Wikiloves Monuments, it started in 2010 in Netherlands. It was a European contest in 2011. It became international in 2012, and in 2011 it had Guinness World Record of the largest photo competition. Let's see some images of Wikiloves monuments. So these are some images that have won the Wikiloves Monuments project. We go next to Wikiloves Butterfly. Wikiloves Butterfly is an Wikimedia Commons project which was made together with Bengali Wikipedia. It's an outreach program on exploration and literature surveys. Various high quality images of butterflies were uploaded, and these images were used for depicting in articles and scientific articles on Wikipedia. The content of butterflies was very less, and due to this project there was a huge visual representation of butterflies on Wikipedia. It had 6 iterations from 2016 till 23. These are some of the images of Wikiloves Butterfly. Aren't they so beautiful? We start on to Wikiloves Folklore. Wikiloves Folklore I have been a part of Wikilove's folklore from its start, and that's the reason there has been an inspiration for me to help other, can say, wiki projects grow and give information about how to organize a Wikilove's campaigns. So I started in Wikilove's folklore since 2019, when it was founded in the co-founder Rupika, and we together had this Wikilove's folklore in 2019 as Wikilove's Love, which was renamed to Wikilove's folklore in 2020. The theme of this project was to document your local culture on Wikipedia. As we had observed that the local culture had various articles, but there was no visual representation of images regarding this culture. If we talk about my own culture, I belong to the East Indian community. There were no major images regarding the community. Due to such events and programs like Wikilove's folklore, we have been able to get on visual representations of various festivals, of various traditions on the Wikimedia Commons, which were freely used and depicted in articles, which had given users a proper view of what this article is about. Since throughout these 5 years, we have been able to get content from 168 countries, and over 6,414 photographers and volunteers have been a part of Wikilove's folklore, and they have been able to upload 79,844 images, media, audio, and videos in the last 5 years. Let's have some view on winning images of Wikilove's folklore. These are the images of Wikilove's folklore. These are various examples, other examples of Wikilove's contest that has been going on. It includes Wikilove's Africa, Wikilove's Art, Wikilove's Heritage, Villages, Food, Earth, Pride, Birds, etc. With this, we encourage all the users to have some new form of Wikilove's campaigns, and this presentation, or can say these guidelines, can help you to bring out your own Wikilove's campaign in your local Wikipedia. It can have in your own local country. Moving on to a new project, it's called Wikilove's Cosplay. It's the first time wherein Wikilove's Cosplay is being organized. It's organized by Wiki Vibrants, and with the aim of celebrating young people. As you might be aware, as we move out of this room, there is a cosplay session that is going on. So Wikilove's Cosplay is an best opportunity wherein we can click images of cosplay artists and upload them on on Wikimedia Commons. So it's a project. It's not just for the young people, but anyone who can click and upload images to Wikimedia Commons regarding this cosplay. And we have Francesc, who has sent us a video of Wikilove's Cosplay, which I'm about to play.
Hello everyone, here's Francesc Fort, and I want to gladly introduce you to our newest campaign, which is called Wikilove's Cosplay. And well, I believe that the title, the name of the campaign, is self-explaining. It's a Wikilove's contest, clearly inspired. You can even see the screen that we are sharing right now how even the buttons of upload now that we can see here at the right side of the screen are heavily inspired by the Wikilove's folklore campaign. Wikilove's cosplay basically aims to catch a very particular field of a subculture, we can say, an urban culture called cosplay. And of course, I mean, we should explain a little bit how this works. The campaign was born as part of the project called Wikivibrance, to which I've been part for a couple of years now. And Wikivibrance wants to celebrate youth in the Wikimedia movement. We are basically working to end up with barriers that impede the collaboration or the participation of young people in the Wikimedia movement. Given that our aim is precisely to work with young people, we thought that it could be a good idea to develop projects interesting to young people. Why cosplay? Well, we thought that it could be funny. I mean, cosplay is an urban culture that consists of people dressing up like fictional characters. It has many advantages for us. The first and more important for us is that, well, we are talking about something that it's interesting for young people, and also it's interesting for Wikipedia because you know, they are covering fictitious characters, and that means that those characters that usually have copyright, now we can illustrate them without without violating any intellectual property laws. So it's interesting for Wikipedia because it allows us to illustrate. Here is a character from a video game that we don't have the copyright, or here we have some characters of some kind of Japanese TV series. And without cosplay, we couldn't be able to illustrate such articles in such a way. So that's interesting for us. And it's also appealing for young audiences. And we have, we have very great cosplayers in our community, because the idea was born in the the Wiki conference in Belgrade. I had the chance of meeting Dodi, who probably you will meet here today if you are on site in Singapore. And Dodi, who became a great friend of mine after sharing 3 days in the Wiki conference, talked to me about his experience as a cosplayer, also in the movement, and sharing his own pictures in the movement. And we thought that it was a good idea to start doing things. And basically, Wikimania was a great opportunity, because if you're aware of his own session in Wikimania, some folks are visiting a cosplay comics event that is happening real close to the site. And I mean, it's a great opportunity to celebrate precisely this, to celebrate the cosplay culture in the movement. We have a campaign, as said before, it's a campaign we can upload. There are some rules, especially when it comes to personality rights, photograph or identify people, and of course the code of conduct, because there is a phrase in the movement that says, in the cosplay movement, that say that cosplay is not consent. So we must be really aware of that. And also we have three awards: best overall photography, best cosplay costume, and best photograph of series or character not represented yet in Wikimedia Commons. Each of the awards we intend to give a $300 US prize for each of the winners, and we have asked for a rapid grant for that. And participation is really easy. We have here the button of upload node, so it works exactly as the folklore campaigns. We have here our own upload wizard with a personalized message: upload your cosplay pictures, and when you click on select files, you can upload your pictures, and it works exactly the same as it would work on any other photography campaign. So this is a real quick campaign that it will last for approximately 1 month, so you have up to mid-September to participate and share your pictures. So go ahead and please be part of this Wikilove's cosplay campaign. Hello.
So, if you have any questions, feedback, and suggestions, the forum is free. Open. Have I bored you all? No questions? Any questions online?
Can I take pictures from outside and upload them to Commons for Vilas Costa?
Yeah, you can.
Then I'll be the first participant.
Please make sure that you take consent.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this, we end the talk. Thank you very much for joining in. Have a good day.
Hi, welcome to the session How to Use a Thematic Campaign to Boost Your Affiliates Reach, the case of Wiki Loves Música Portuguesa. I'm Ruth Correia, I'm a program manager for GLAM Partnerships at Wikimedia Portugal, and this is my first time presenting a session at Wikimania, so I'm super honored that you took some time to watch it. I hope this is useful for you. In the next 20 minutes, I'll be telling you all about Wiki Loves Música Portuguesa, or Wiki Loves Portuguese Music, how and why the project started, a brief overview of what we've accomplished so far, and a few tips on how you can make the most of using a thematic campaign without making some of the same mistakes we did. Instead of focusing on the technical details or a step-by-step view of what we did, I will be mixing that with telling you what worked and what didn't, particularly in terms of community building and outreach work. And just a brief note, since this is a recorded session, if you have any questions or you would like to talk further, please feel free to reach out to me on the email you see on the screen. So here's a bit of context to start with. Wikimedia Portugal already has some fairly long history. The chapter was founded back in 2009, and for more than a decade, a community of volunteers steered a collection of activities that range from editing Wikipedia to running the local editions of Wiki Loves Earth or Wiki Loves Monuments, to even organizing big wiki-themed conferences. Glam-wise, there have been some projects throughout the years, but most connections were short-lived. Compared to most of its European counterparts, such as Spain, Italy, or Germany, Wikimedia Portugal is a relatively small chapter. And while there is some staff now, it is worth mentioning that Wikimedia Portugal's board and executive management is still ensured by volunteers. Last year, there was a big change. In order to be able to pursue larger endeavors without overloading the volunteers, the chapter hired a couple of staff members to help promoting the ideals of free and open knowledge for all on a full-time basis. The first one was a Wikimedian in residence, which was me, hired to give direct support to projects which were already using Wikimedia tools such as MediaWiki and Wikibase at Nova, a local social sciences university. There was a second part of the role, though.
Part of the mission at Nova was finding new partners that were willing to share their work, content, data, and multimedia on Wikimedia platforms. Creating a community from scratch where there is no organic involvement can be quite challenging. On top of reaching out directly to researchers and research centers, I also organized a series of events and training sessions about various Wikimedia projects and platforms, catering to different needs as they arose. I talked from anything from CC licenses to Wikidata, as you can see on the posters. And while these events worked to an extent, allowing Wikimedia Portugal to present itself to a wide range of new audiences, at some point it became clear that there was something missing. You see, these types of events are great to show external people what your affiliate, user group, or chapter is, and what you've accomplished in the past, and what the possibilities of wiki work are. But they are not the best way to create meaningful action beyond that introductory stage. While we know the possibilities are endless, there's often an information overload for newcomers. For those who never created stuff on wiki platforms, it can be quite hard to understand how they can leverage the tools in a way that benefits their work and the surrounding community. Wiki means you can do anything, but you need to find a focus. A thematic campaign allows you to do that. And so we started rummaging around this idea in August last year. And that's how Wiki Loves Portuguese Music came about. Me and my colleague, Sofia Matias, who is the project manager at Wikimedia Portugal, realized that content and data about Portuguese music on Wikimedia platforms was either incomplete or simply inexistent. When I say música portuguesa or Portuguese music, I mean music either made by Portuguese people and or music made by people that are in Portugal. Under this context, the campaign Wiki Loves Música Portuguesa was developed as an aggregator. On one hand, it would anchor the outreach work of the residency at Nova, opening up the doors to a closer collaboration with the two research centers that specialized in music, and on the other hand, the wide scope of the project could enhance other partnerships for Wikimedia Portugal, particularly regarding cultural heritage. And so the project kicked off with an editathon co-organized with an archive devoted to the life and work of José Mário Branco, a singer, songwriter, and musical producer. This archive is based at Nova University. This meeting allowed us to start an ongoing training process with the researcher responsible for the center. She learned the ropes on the first event, but took a while to feel completely at ease with editing. And so we started regular open editing sessions which served as technical training grounds that allowed for her to develop her skills confidently. And that's the story of how we created our first power editor. On top of significantly improving the artist's biography, she proceeded to create the pages about his discography and artistic network. In less than 6 months, she has improved about 90 articles, ensuring that Wikipedia in Portuguese has high quality and well-referenced content about José Mário Branco, a major name in 20th century music and culture in Portugal, who is largely undocumented on the platform until now. And so this brings us to the next step. Pick a theme that you like and know. And it seems quite trivial, but it makes a huge difference when setting up a campaign like this. Obviously, the residency I was doing allowed for privileged contacts with researchers at Nova who already had the knowledge and content to be placed on the various platforms. Nonetheless, beyond the residency, it really helped that both Sophia and I had worked in the music sector and were very passionate about the topic. Sophia had a background in a local association dealing with traditional music. I had been a music journalist and radio broadcaster, thus more focused on contemporary pop music. This made our approach a lot more complete, as we were able to identify potential partners from the beginning without having to dive too much into research. We also had lots of contacts and knowledge that proved to be particularly valuable. We were able to identify the gaps on Wikipedia almost organically, while immediately knowing who would be the best partner to fix them. It also made it easier to pinpoint key dates and events to get a bit of extra attention, especially at the kickoff. For instance, We knew that José Mário Branco archive was at Nova, and we used the anniversary of his death to celebrate him, serving as an anchor of that first event and sparking media interest and coverage. That first meeting spawned another 2 long-lasting relationships, one with Eurovisions, a group of researchers studying the Eurovision Song Contest, with whom we co-organized an editing event in March 2023, and what is arguably the most important media partnership Wikimedia Portugal was able to tie in more than 13 years of activity. Building up on that first event about José Mário Branco, we secured a partnership with Antena 1, our public service radio station. Not only they advertised our activities, but also took an active role in them. On the left, you see Nuno Galopin, the director of the radio station at the Eurovision event, speaking about the contest and its history. On the right, you see Diogo Varela Silva, Terezinha Landeiro and Pedro de Castro at an editing event that was held at Antena 1. This was quite an interesting one. On this session, they gathered friends and family, essentially artists who had worked with Celeste Rodrigues to give their testimonies on her life and work. Following her Wikipedia entry, journalists were able to publish features that corrected some of the mistakes that lingered on Wikipedia so that the wiki article could be fixed accordingly, following the rule of citing secondary references. And while the partnership with Antena 1 was great, as time went by, it also panned out that it lacked the focus that a long-term partnership needs. And so we're now recalibrating our relationship with them. For instance, working about artists with long career spans may have more references available, but sifting through the information and reorganizing it takes a really long time and requires multiple sessions. If you're looking for more immediate impact or you struggle with being understaffed, you're probably better off starting with smaller partnerships and activities. Narrowing the topics to smaller bits help you move forward, giving you the focus necessary to create meaningful action. And this is very clear when we look at the work we've been doing in the last few months with a couple of research projects. First, the Portuguese Early Music Database. The Portuguese Early Music Database is a digital archive of manuscripts with musical notation from the Iberian Peninsula, mostly written before 1650. We are working with them and using a combined approach of Wikimedia Commons and Wikidata to describe the digital objects that they host, so these manuscripts. The project is still ongoing and we basically still have to upload most of the manuscripts onto Commons, but for now we already have about and 30 manuscripts created as objects on Wikidata with detailed metadata, including the material they're made of, the script style, the publication date, and owner institutions, among other details. Which gives us this information box on Commons. We expect to upload the whole collection of Portuguese Early Music Database to Commons before the end of the year. Then we have Economus, which is a research project looking into musical iconography in public spaces and art in Portugal, allowing to explore the history of musical instruments through these depictions. While the Economus project initial goal was to do something similar to what we were doing with the Portuguese Early Music Database, so using Wikidata to enhance the metadata and descriptions of the digital objects, in the end we had to do it in a distinct manner as the nature of the shared media was very, very different. Since we're often using excerpts of artworks, street art, and other visual artistic displays, we are now using structured data on Commons to describe these pieces instead of Wikidata. After that, we will be using some of these images to illustrate and improve articles about musical instruments on Wikipedia in Portuguese. Which brings us to the next tip. One size does not fit all. Different partners have different needs, priorities, and availability. And on top of showcasing some wonderful possibilities of working with the Wikimedia infrastructure, it's important to let them explore the platforms and figure out what they think works best for them. For both Portuguese Early Music Database and Economus, it took us a few hours of guided exploration to reach the best way of working such collections. Regarding Economus, for instance, after about 8 hours of live work together, we're still tuning issues regarding data modeling. It's also important to respect the institution's time and nurture relationships even if they take a while to unfold. One of the partners we've started working with in the beginning was Lisbon's Music Records Archive, which is one of the few public music records archives that exist in Portugal. Due to a variety of circumstances, we weren't able to pursue a content partnership just yet. However, we kept a relationship ongoing with them. We invited them for our events and training sessions, and now we're actively planning future activities together starting next month, almost a year after our initial contacts. Things take time and exploration is inevitable. And this obviously goes for your project campaign as well. Our approach at Wikimedia Portugal may not fit your needs exactly, but hopefully with some iteration and exploration, you'll find whatever works best for you. As we can see here, there are multiple stakeholders that we'd like to cover in our work, but there's only a few of us working on this project, and so we really need to ensure we don't spread out too thin. We defined a set of priorities for the next year, and so here's our focus for the next 12 months. The main goal is continuing the relationships we started this year, particularly the ones with archives and research projects, as well as our work with Antena 1, there in bold as media. And we're also developing pilot projects with music festivals to put their photo archives on Commons, as well as with music schools to work with students both on Wikimedia Commons and Wikipedia. Which takes us to the very last tip. Take time to organize and reassess. There were things that worked well and others that didn't. We often worked rushed. And so we've taken a break this summer to look into the project and recalibrate our future work. We already have an activity plan and know who we'll be working with. And our goal is really to ensure that our partnerships are long-lasting and that things can scale up in the future in a sustainable way. Wiki Loves Música Portuguesa is now Wikimedia Portugal's flagship project regarding GLAM partnerships, steering much of the work we do. It serves as an anchor for regular technical training for new editors of Wikipedia, Commons, and Wikidata. It feeds non-music related wiki events. For instance, next month there will be a couple of sessions dedicated to it on Wikidata Days, a 3-day conference that we're hosting about Wikidata. And last but not least, it gives focus to our general work, pushing for more institutions and groups to share their knowledge and content in the freest manner possible on Wikimedia. So that was it. I hope it was useful to you. Thank you so much for your time. Once again, if you would like to know more about Wiki Loves Música Portuguesa or share your feedback on the campaign or even this session, feel free to reach out to me using the email address you see on the screen. The video and the slides are both on Wikimedia Commons, so you can grab them, and each one of those things that I've showed has the links for the galleries, the categories on Commons, the queries on Wikidata, and the articles on Wikipedia. I hope you are having a wonderful time in Singapore and wherever in the world you may be. See you soon. Bye.